Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So what are we doing today? Today is Friday, March 6, 2026, and if you ever wanted to know what kind of schedule we're doing over at HackerFrogs, we usually have it posted over on the Reddit. So this is the direct link over here. Our general Reddit can be found over here. On our topics, on our live streams, we typically like to do 5 different topics for each stream. Topics 1 until 4 take an hour each, and then the 5th topic usually takes about 2 hours of time. So if you're ever wondering what's going on, that's what's going on. But what are we doing today? So today, our first topic, our warm-up topic, is going to be programming. We're going to be doing some Python programming, and we're going to be doing some exercises from Advent of Code 2015. So Advent of Code is something that usually pops up around Christmas time, but the exercises are very good for learning about programming at all times of the year. Aiden, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so that's the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be taking a look at TryHackMe data representation. So if you've ever wondered how those binary numbers, those ones and zeros, get interpreted by your computer systems and end up as graphics on the screen, we're going to be talking a little bit about that over at this TryHackMe room. The Turnip 3259, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for coming on by, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so that's the second topic. The third topic for today is we're going to be starting into Python. So if you ever wanted to learn a little bit about programming, we're going to be talking about the Python programming language, which is very, very popular and very, very beginner friendly. And we're going to be trying to cover it in a very beginner friendly way. So if you've ever wanted to learn a little bit about programming, stick around for the third hour of today's stream. And in the fourth hour, we're going to be taking a look at HackSmarter. These are going to be a little bit more challenging than the beginner level content that we were doing previously to this. We're going to be talking about a Git repository. So we're not strangers to Git. We do a lot of stuff on Git, but we're talking specifically about hacking Git stuff. So that's going to be in the fourth hour. And ND Technology, hello, nice to see you here. What time do you start? We usually start around this time. So whatever this time is in your local time, that's when we usually start. Okay, so that's topic number 4. The 5th topic for today is we're going to be taking a look at Azure Hacking Labs over at PwnedLabs.io. So Azure Hacking is basically Windows Cloud hacking, and so Windows Cloud is Azure over here. I've never really taken a look at how to hack Windows cloud services, but we're going to be figuring out how to do it together over at PwnedLabs for the last thing we're doing today. SysOS, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, Yazan, she says, I have a question. I'm studying Flask with Python to understand how websites build, okay? And I'm studying Portswigger, and on weekends I'm playing around with CTFs with web. Do you think I'm on the right path? Well, Yazanchi, what is your goal? So is your goal to do like web app security testing? In that case, it sounds like a pretty good plan. And Matthew 890, hello, nice to see you here. Aiden asks, what programming language are you going to do in the last topic? So the last topic is not necessarily going to be programming language specific. I guess if we were going to talk about any programming language when we're doing Azure cloud hacking, we'd be doing PowerShell. So Yazanchi says, to be good at web for the PT1 exam. The PT1 exam, is that one from... The PT1 exam, is that from TryHackMe, or is that one from Hack the Box? Let me know, Yazanchi, because I want to get it right. Okay, PT1. So PT1 is TryHackMe's. Let's see. Let me just look it up real quick. TryHackMe PT1. Junior Penetration Tester 1. Okay. Well, I mean, I think if you're aiming for this particular certification, web app security stuff is important, and well, there's also going to be like a network hacking component as well. But I think you're on the right path. Okay, so let's see. So it says it's a red team track PT1 from TryHackMe. Xantu says it's. I feel it's hard. I'm barely studying and understand the web, let alone Active Directory. I mean, I think you should focus on one thing at a time, unless focusing on multiple things at the same time works better for you. I find that it's probably better to focus on one thing at a time. For example, if you're focusing on doing web app hacking, then do web app hacking. I have a lot of education resources, and you can take a look at this link over here, and take a look at the web app hacking links if you want to get a list of resources you can use. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with our programming topic. So we're going to be doing, okay, let me start my timer. It's going to be 60 minutes that we're doing this, this warm-up topic. And I'll also put on a little bit of music to put on in the background. Everybody, how are my mic settings? And it's not too loud or too soft, is it? I want to make sure that the volume is correct. All right, let's put on a little bit of this music, and we will proceed. Sisoa says, audio good on Twitch? Great to hear. Okay, so Yazansi says, I think you're right, because Linux is becoming 11, also Python. Doing one thing is the best step. Well, I mean, if you're passionate about the topic, then definitely keep on doing that topic until you start to lose focus a bit, and then maybe moving on to another topic would be good. Sometimes like switching a topic is better than taking a break. But let's talk about what we're doing today. So we're working on day 3 of Advent of Code 2015. And I'm not sure if people are able to see this if they're not really. YouTube is good on YouTube as well. Great. Thank you very much. Crazy Gamer Studios. Hello. Nice to see you here. Okay, so last time we took a look at this exercise, we're basically doing coordinates and keeping track of 2D coordinates using our Python code. And we've moved on to part 2. So in part 2, let me just read what's going on here. So the next year, to speed up the process, Santa creates a robot version of himself, Robo-Santa, to deliver presents with him. Santa and Robo-Santa start at the same location, delivering 2 presents to the starting house. And then they take turns moving based on instructions from the elf, who is eggnoggedly reading from the same script as the previous year. This year, how many houses receive at least 1 present? Okay, and Crazy Game Studios, nice to see you. Yeah, nice to see you. Yazanchi says, yeah, good luck. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I mean, what are we talking about here? We're talking about 2D coordinates, but this time it's a little bit, there's a little bit more of a complication, because there's 2 sets of coordinates we need to keep track of. Because there's Santa, who's going to be at 1 set of coordinates, and then there's going to be Robo-Santa, who's going to be moving to a different set of coordinates. So Santa and Robo-Santa start at the same location, but they take turns moving in the direction indicated by the arrows over here. So let me get the example of what the arrows look like. So there's a lot of arrows, and for each one of these arrows, it's going to move either Santa or the Robo-Santa in a different direction, either left, right, up, or down. And depending on the direction, we need to keep track of the coordinates of where the Santas are at. Okay? So we're also going to be writing up a little, we're going to do our little write-up for this particular exercise, because we really want to document the stuff that we're doing. And our documentation is going to live over here. So we're keeping track of the URL where we can find the challenge, the concept of the challenge, the instructions for the challenge, and then we're going to leave our code over here. So let's go ahead and get started. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Draknet. Thank you very much. Okay, so for this particular exercise, I've got a little bit of what is it called? My programming setup is going to be like this. I'm going to have 2 windows, and I'm going to have one window on the left-hand side here running the code, And on the right-hand side window over here, we're going to be editing the code. So we've got the code from the previous exercise over here, AOC 2015 Day 3B. Well, it was A, but we've renamed it to B. And we've got our input file, which has all the direction instructions. So if we take a look at the input, it's all these arrows. Okay, Yazanchi says, you have really good structural roadmap, everything in GitHub, new to this challenge, but I would give a like and subscribe, thanks. Hey, no worries, Yazanchi, nice to see you here. Okay, so we've got all the instructions in the input.txt, and we're going to be editing the previous script, and we're going to be iterating on it to create the new script. So I'm just going to use our good old nano to as our editing window. So a lot of people ask me questions like, why aren't you using an IDE to do your coding? Because a lot of people are very used to using IDEs such as VS Code or Vim as a method of coding their stuff. In my case, I'm working with a very small amount of code, so I think working with Nano is sufficient for getting the job done. Okay, so so in this case, how is this different? So basically, let me talk a little bit more about this. So basically what we're doing here is we're keeping track of Santa's coordinates. So Santa coordinates, Santa starts at 0, 0. And as Santa moves in the map, I guess Santa would move over to 1, 0, and then maybe to, I don't know, maybe to 2, 0, and then to 2, 1, or maybe he would move to 2, -1. So it's basic. So 0, 0 represents the middle of the 2D map. Okay, Wild Radio. Sorry I'm late. Listening in PNW. Listening in PNW. Nice to see you here, Wild Radio. Nice to see you. Okay, and anyways, let's get started. The Turnip says, I'm not sure if it's intentional, but I think this way helps you memorize code better. Not having any autocomplete forces you to have more of a deep understanding. I mean, I think if you're doing a lot of coding, the IDE environment and the autocomplete it definitely speeds up the rate at which you can push out code. But I mean, for my purposes, I think this is sufficient. So in the previous script, Pacific Northwest, yes, PNW is Pacific Northwest. So I mean, I'm in the same kind of area. I live around Vancouver, British Columbia, and Canada. So it's about the same thing. SysOS says it's also good to know how to code when you've got no IDE, like living off the land. I mean, you don't always have access to your IDE as well. That's another consideration. I'm not saying that you shouldn't use an IDE. I'm just saying that you don't always need it. Okay, so what do we have here? So we've got our function, so visited houses, and we need to keep track of... So basically what the function does is it keeps track of all the visited houses according to these coordinates over here. Okay, so we got current position and visited positions. So visited positions is going to be a list that we populate depending on on the results of the movement. Okay, SysOS says it's also good to practice without form from time to time is what I mean. No worries, I think I understand. Okay, so we've got these lists that we're populating. Oh, sorry, these variables that we need to return eventually. So we got our current direction, which is either going to be north, south, west, or east, depending on what direction input we receive. And we also have, so yeah, we've got all this stuff over here. we need to set the direction depending on, well, we set the direction and then we set the position in this part of the function over here. So for I in list, for each object in the list, we set the direction depending on what direction the arrow is pointing in, and then we set the position. So if the direction is north, then we adjust the coordinates by +1 for the 0 element in current position, and south we subtract 1, west we subtract 1 from the for the first element 1, and etc, etc. So the last thing we do after we set the directions and the positions is we add the current position to the visited list by doing this list method here. So we append a tuple of the current position to visited positions, and if you remember, visited positions starts as an empty list. So at the very end of the function, we need to figure out the unique values inside of the visited positions, and then we need to return the number of them. So that's going to be the length of unique values set is going to be the visited total, and visited total has to be increased by 1 because Santa delivers a present to coordinates 0, 0. Conrad, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Just doing a little bit of programming over here as a warm-up. We're going to be moving on to our next topic in about 49 minutes or so. But I think it's important to talk your way through when you're doing your programming problems, because if we don't understand the particular steps for solving the problems, then we're going to get confused. So the last thing we do, so after we define the function up here, we're going to define the file that we take input from. So file path equals input.txt, and then we open the file, and then we read the raw input, and we put it into a list. So raw input is list. So we read the lines into this variable called raw input. So I'm pretty sure that raw input is, yeah, so raw input is already a list. So, and then we turn the raw input items, and then we turn it into the modified list. So the modified list is basically, wait, so for I in raw input 0, oh, okay. So it's just, so raw input apparently is going to be like a list with just one element, and the element is all of the directions. Huh. Okay, so we append all of the directions and we create a list of directions as our modified list. So the last thing in the modified list is a new line character, so we need to pop this off. Actually, let me comment this. So pop off the last element in the list, which is a /n. Okay, where do I do the challenges? Yeah, I mean, if you want to join along with us, the challenges can be found over at Advent of Code 2015 over here. Okay, so the last thing that we do is we just run the function that we defined, visited houses, with the modified list, and it should give us a number, which is the visited total of houses. So the unique houses that were visited, rather. Okay, so I think, so before we start modifying the file. I'll just show you what happens when we run this. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on. So we'll run the file over here. So Python AOC. So this just outputs a number, which is the unique number of houses that we that are visited, and we submitted this for the first part of the challenge over here. So your puzzle answer was 2081, which is what we just returned. So, so we need to do part 2 now. So part 2 is a little bit more complicated because let's talk about this for a second. For the second part, there are 2 Santas with their own coordinates. So each time a direction is indicated in the list, it will alternate between moving the regular Santa and the Robo Santa. Okay, no worries, Aiden. I'm here to help. So what we need to do is we need to alternate each time we iterate through the list, we need to modify different coordinates. I guess we should put that in writing as well. For each cycle of the loop through the directions, a different set of coordinates is modified. Okay, so it actually doesn't seem like a very large difference, but we need to be able to picture it in our head before we can get it done. Okay, so inside of our function definition, we need to OS man, hello, nice to see you here. I think I should follow you for more. Yeah, I mean, I post a lot of stuff on YouTube. We're mostly talking about like easier challenges these days, but we'll probably be shifting into slightly harder challenges posted up on the YouTube in a couple of weeks. Okay, so current position. We can keep this as current position, but we need to make it... We need to modify this because there are 2 Santas now. So we'll make this a nested list. So current position is now going to be 0, 0. Well, we'll make this a list. So this is one... Is this one element? No, this is 2 elements. So the current position is a list with 2 elements. So this should be a list within a list, which is getting a little bit more complicated. Didev says, by the way, Python has match case statements now. Match case statements. I feel like match case statements are a bit cleaner than if statements in this case. But maybe that's just me. Are we talking about like a switch statement? Aiden, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so Pradeep, why not separate 2 lists, 1 for each Santa? Yeah, like a switch statement. I mean, what I have right now is, I think it's okay. If we had like a lot more cases, then I think like a switch statement would be better. Okay, no worries, Aiden. Okay, so we got a list within a list, and I think, yeah, we just need to close this out. So I think what we can do is we can just switch from one list to the other whenever we go through the loop. Dynev, thank you for the link. Okay, so visit positions is going to stay the same. Visit total stays the same. Current direction is also going to stay the same. We just need to make sure to alternate between moving the coordinates in the first element, which is the regular Santa, and the second element, which is the Robo Santa. And then we should be okay. Okay, so this part of the code can remain exactly the same. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to preserve as much of my original code as possible, because if I need to redo my code, that's going to take up a lot more time, and that's not what we want. Okay. So I think, setting the position has to be different now as well, because we're dealing with two different elements. So for INList, so setting the direction is going to be the same, but setting the position is going to be different, because the position is going to alternate between the first Santa's position and the second Santa's position. So how are we modifying our for loop? Coding with Strangers, hello, nice to see you here. We in this mother lover, okay. Coding with Strangers just rated the channel with 4 viewers. Welcome in, raiders. And let me give Coding with Strangers a shout out. Okay, shout out. There you go. What were you all getting up to? Coding with Strangers. And welcome to the stream. My name's The Shy Hat. I cover cybersecurity content here on Twitch and YouTube. We will also do, well, we're also trying to educate ourselves in programming. So we're here trying to solve some Advent of Code challenges with Python. Check my KD, says taking Pentest this weekend. You mean like Pentest Plus, the certification, or something else? Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. When ads run on Twitch, we also run some stuff on YouTube. And check out these birds. Okay, so please enjoy the birds. This is a nice little snowy treat. And we'll be back in about 50 seconds. I just need to take a little bit of a water break. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Conrad, no problem. Let's all use the bird. So yeah, if you're on Twitch, you can use this emote. It's the Shy 31 bird. Just like this. Okay, KK Darnock has subscribed with Prime on Twitch. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the coding. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So it's so there's two things to iterate over. There's going to be I, and there's going to be another iterator as well that's iterating across these two list objects. Okay, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Destin P, thank you. Aiden asks, how long is this live going to be? We usually go for about 6.5 hours. So we're going to be here for a while. So for INList, okay, so for INList, and then the the current position. So for IN list, so each object in the list. How many years do you have in cybersecurity? I worked in cybersecurity for about half a year, but I've been studying cybersecurity topics for the past 5 years. Okay, do these arrows register as arrow presses? Kind of. Why is it all green? Why is everything green? Well, I mean, it is March, and March has St. Patrick's Day, so it's all green. John, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so for IN list, I think what we need to do is we can use I, because I is also going to be used as the iterator for moving across the or alternating between the objects and in the list here. Okay, so let's see. Check my KD says check back in April when it's still green. Oh no, I mean we're gonna do a different overlay. I mean the text on the screen is still gonna be green because somebody told me I had to do neon green on black if I wanted to be a hacker. It's not everybody's jive, of course. Some people really don't like the green text. Okay, so set the position. So it's going to be current position I, and then it's not necessarily going to be, it's going to be I modulo I modulo 2. So if it's I modulo 2, it's either going to be it's either going to be 1, or it's either going to be 1 or it's going to be 0, right? So I've never seen another color text Privesk. Of course not. Okay. Conrad says, I know you're not here to cheer people up or anything, but how do you deal with all the AI fear-mongering today as someone who just wants to get into security? Sometimes it's just really upsetting. Yeah, it's either 0 or 1, because it's going to be alternating between the elements of this list over here. So, I mean, I'd say keep on doing your thing. That's my advice to the people who are really upset about the AI and all of the news about AI taking all the jobs. Is that if you're really passionate about security and you're good at security, you're good at doing the tasks that you would do in your security role, then eventually you will get noticed and you will get picked up through a combination of skill and luck. Skill, luck, and social connections. Maybe more leaning towards social connections and luck, but definitely involving skill is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so current position I modulo 2, 0. Current position equals I modulo 2 current position. So we would have to put this inside, right? So I think what we need to do is we need to put this inside some like this. I think this is the syntax it wants. So you just need to fix this up. So this is position 0. Check my KD says, do you prefer Nano over Vim? Do you prefer Nano over Vim? I really don't know how to use Vim. I learned how to use Nano, and for what I do, Nano is just fine. Okay, so we just need to fix all of this up. So this is position 0. This is also position 0. I'm just going to copy paste because we love copy pasting over here. Like this. Okay, you also like Nano too. That's good to hear. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Behind Tanglik. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you very much for the subscribe. TransUSDT says, how much time would someone need to master Python? Master Python? Well, I mean, there are a couple of courses that I can recommend. So education over here. So just go to this link and then go to the programming markdown page. And there are a couple of Python courses that are put out by, well, they're sponsored by Cisco. And it's something like 70 hours for the courses. So yeah, I mean, master is also like a loaded term. How do you define mastery? But take the 2 Python courses in the links over there. So go to the education resources, go to the programming side, and then check out those courses. Okay, so I really hope this is the right syntax, because if this is not the right syntax, it's not going to be super fun. Okay, so I think this should be okay. So add the current position to the visited list. Visited positions.append tuple current position. So current position, I mean, it's also going to be current position of whatever, I something something, right? I modulo 2. Like this. Okay, you're missing a bracket. Oh, what line am I missing a bracket on? Oh, okay, I think it's like line, yeah, it might be line 18. Okay, count the brackets, +1 for open, -1 for close. You seem to be missing some. Am I? Okay, Matthew, thank you very much for letting me know why. Why infinite? TransUDT, so we're talking about infinite something? Okay, sorry, I didn't see your message earlier. Seema. I want to enter into cybersecurity and stuff. I don't know anything. I'm basically from zero. Can you give me some suggestions? Okay. So, yeah, I've got a website that you can check out, Seema. So get into cyber, this one over here. So check out the website. It's got some YouTube videos. It's got some links. It'll help you get on your feet. Okay, so SysOS says count the brackets, +1 for open, -1 for close. Okay. So current position of this, +1, and then -1 for this position, then -1 for this other position, and then +1 for this other position. Is this, are the brackets... So we just need to match up the brackets. So this bracket goes with this one goes with... Oh, there's not... Yeah, maybe there's not enough brackets. Should match up with 0. Okay, so current position, index of... I think we want something that looks like... No, that doesn't look right either. So this list, I think it should look like that, right? This is what it should look like, right? Okay, Dido says that according to Peter Norvig, a person can learn programming in 10 years. Now that's just learning, not even mastering. I mean, yeah, I mean, even if you've been programming for a really long time, you're still gonna discover new things. So it's kind of like a lifelong. I expect you have you don't +1. I suspect you 1 bracket at the end. You want 1 bracket at the end. Okay. Can you put can you type out an example? SysOS? You did a live CTF today, SysOS. Oh, that's awesome. Can you shout out the name of the CTF? Okay, so I think you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to I'll try running this after this is all done. If it doesn't work, we can go back in and debug it. And EHGNKPN. I've never heard of that one. And Faya Man, hello, nice to see you here. But it doesn't really surprise me because there's so many CTFs that I've never really heard of because there's so many of them out there. Okay, so Matthew says that it should look like this. Maybe it's me. It feels like you're trying to take the index of an integer. The index of an integer. So Matthew suggests bracket bracket I modulo 2 bracket 0 bracket bracket bracket. Oh, okay. We need an extra bracket. We need 3 brackets at the end. Okay, we just need to match the brackets. So this bracket matches with this one. This bracket matches with nothing. It doesn't match with anything. So we need an extra bracket. So extra bracket here, extra bracket, well, extra bracket everywhere. Man, it feels like we're doing some really important work here. It's like forgetting your units in engineering class. I don't know. SysOS says it's a Dutch ethical hacker groups in the Netherlands called KPN, the bracket stacks. So Med says, what would you say if someone can code AST from the RBAN? Is he ready for something new? I mean, I'm not too sure what those acronyms stand for. Med 2419. Let me know what those acronyms are, and maybe I can. I probably don't understand. I probably don't know the acronyms, but please let me know what the acronyms are. Okay, so we got our brackets all set up now, hopefully. 3 brackets at the end. So add the current position to the visited list. Visited positions dot append a tuple of current position, current thing, I modulo 2. Okay, Med says abstract syntax tree. Abstract syntax tree. I'm very new, Wild Radio, no worries. Let's see. TransUSDT says, is one programming language enough to hack anything on the internet? I mean, you could use Python to do a lot of different stuff, but you probably want to use the programming language that is best suited to the task. Like one programming joke is that Python is the second best programming language for doing any task, and sometimes that really holds true. Okay, Med says brain. R-band says brain. Okay, no worries. Says OS Master says, Sir, the Ethical Hackers Group Netherlands, KPN is the venue. Oh, the venue, the Dutch Telecom Company. Okay, okay. Oh, you did like an in-person live hacking event? That sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, so hopefully this works. So append current position. I modulo 2. Okay, so this is all part of the for loop. And then total up the unique visited locations. So unique value set equals the set of visited positions. So this shouldn't really change because this doesn't really get well. At this point, it's already been affected by the alternating positions in current position, right? Visited total should be the same. Visited total gets added to by 1 because, let's comment this. We need to include the starting position in our numbers. So we just add 1 to this. It's a lot of fun. Okay. Okay, Check My Case has just got back. What's the overall goal of his script? So the overall goal of the script is to, well, keep track of 2 different set of coordinates. So there's 2 Santas with their own coordinates. Each time a direction is indicated in the list of inputs, it will alternate between moving the regular Santa and the Robo Santa. So that's the second set of coordinates. And so for each cycle of the loop through the directions, a different set of coordinates is modified. Then we just need to get the unique sets of coordinates and then return that as a number. Okay, Neo Cyber Gayer says, I love CTF, but I've never been one in real life. Okay, so, I mean, let's see if this works. So let's, okay, we'll write this out, and then we'll run the script. Nope, it doesn't like this. It doesn't like line 47. So line 47 is... Okay, so it doesn't like line 47. It doesn't like line 18. So line 18 in visited houses. Current position. Type error. Not all arguments converted during string formatting. Okay, so... So current position, so this is line 18. Let's take a look at line 18. This thing right here. Control caret lets you go to a certain line in Nano. I've never had to use that before. Okay, so this is type error. Not all arguments converted during string formatting. Not all arguments converted during string formatting. So it's I. So I is going to be an integer. So I modulo 2. It's either going to be 0 or 1. So I'm not too sure what it doesn't like about this. We can always pass this over to the AI to see what it thinks about this, right? Whoops, this is the wrong window. Okay. What's wrong with the Python code? Okay, so was it saying executing the code snippet? Okay, great. So the error occurs because I modulo 2 treats the integer result of I modulo 2 as a subscriptable object like a list or array, but integers aren't subscriptable in Python. So root cause, Python's modulo operation returns a plain integer, not a sequence or array with an index, 0. Attempting 0 on it raises the string formatting error as a misleading side effect of the modulo operator's overload. Cybercoster, can you ask questions? Yes, you can ask questions. Oh, do we need to typecast it? I've never heard lists or arrays described as subscriptable before. So it's kind of saying, in this case, it's a string. So wait, did this get interpreted as a string? You need to, can you wrap it in string? So do we want to wrap it in string, or do we want to wrap it in integer? So attempting 0 on it raises the string formatting error. Okay, so replace with a scalar index. So index is idx equals 1 modulo 2, scalar integer 0 or 1. Well, I mean, this is... okay. So we just need to put this outside. We can't do the... we just need to put it outside. Okay, Cybercoster says, I'm currently 1 to 2 years into IT and cyber, and I'm going through schooling. Anyways, I want to work on my skills, and I'm kind of all over the place, and my professor told me to build a home lab and to do CTFs. Is that the really the best way to learn? So, Cybercoster, tell me what your goal, what kind of role do you want to do eventually in cybersecurity? Because that's going to influence the type of training and the type of direction you want to go in. So do you want to become a SOC analyst, or do you want to become a web app pen tester or a network pen tester or something else? I think even for people who have been at cybersecurity for a while, for a little bit, go ahead and try taking a look at the GitHub page over here, Get Into Cyber. Get into cyber. Do not do the typos. Okay. So import numpy as np. Current position equals np.zeros. Current position equals np.zeros. For I in range 5. Current position idx plus 1. So current position is... This seems a little bit complicated. Do we need to do it like this? Alternates increments between indexes 0s and 1s based on I modulo 2. So what does current position represent? This would help me refine the fix. They're suggesting that you download NumPy? I mean, that's a good question. So I've done a little bit of everything, tried blue teaming, didn't really find it all that exciting. Red teaming sounds really unstable, so I'm not really sure. I'm sort of old in your 30s. I mean, I wouldn't call being in your 30s sort of old. I mean, if you're moving from like another industry, I think that's an okay age. I don't want to be chasing contracts all my life. I'm not really sure. Okay, Wild Radio says, without direction, my ADHD brain just spins out into an infinite universe. Okay. So, Cybercoster, you tried blue teaming, didn't find it really that interesting. Red teaming sounds unstable. So, I mean, even if red teaming is, it sounds a little bit unstable, if it's something that you really enjoy, then I would go for it. Of course, the entire industry seems a little bit unstable right now because of all the AI stuff going on. What I'd say is just, keep on doing your thing. If you really enjoy something, throw yourself entirely into it. And if you got the skills and the connections, your situation will work itself out. Yeah, dust needs to settle. Okay, so let's just... We'll talk to Perplexity for a little bit. So this is for a loop where a set of 2D coordinates is iterated over, alternating between one set and the other through the modulo operation, with the coordinates set as a list inside of another list. Okay, you should be able to just wrap it in an int. You know what? Maybe we should just try wrapping it in an int and then seeing if that works. Okay, let's go back. So we'll just wrap everything here as an int. Yeah. Well, then we need to change all of these. Int. And see if this works out. Okay, and the last one we need to do is here. So it's a string, isn't it? I mean, nothing that we're dealing with should be strings. These are all supposed to be numbers. Because the we're just adding straight numbers to these coordinates. So the coordinates, I mean, the coordinates start at 0, 0, 0, 0, and we just need to modify these over here. Modulo will return int and then arithmetic. It's not int, it's not I modulo, it's int I. Hold on. Oh, it's int I modulo 2. You know what? Let's see if this works. If it works, it works. It doesn't work. Okay. Let's go back in. So int I modulo 2. So we need to wrap this in some of these as well. Oh, the joys of programming. Yeah? Is this what we're supposed to do? Still wrong. Is it still wrong? You want to cast I to an int from string, not I modulo 2, that is string modulo 2. AI is not always smarter, at least not yet. Well, I mean, it can give you a helping hand, but let's see. So int I, just make sure that this is all set up correctly. All right. Okay, there's still one that I need to ingest. Okay. So Darius Art Code, hello, nice to see you here. What is the position array of the tuples? Vector 2, vector 3? I mean, we've got the array of the tuples set to these coordinates over here initially. Nope. Invalid literal for integer with base 10. So int of I. So it doesn't... So is I... What is the data type? Wherein it says you can choose Claude with thinking as your model. It will be a lot smarter than the default. Can't shift enter. Shift enter. No. Vector 2 couple at the current position. Okay, so cast I as an integer, then modulo it by 2. Maybe just print it and see what it actually is. Brew ha ha ha. Hello, nice to see you here. Didev, yeah, I think that's what we should do. we should try to we should try to print it out, or print out the type. But we've got so int I modulo 2. So we could do something like this. So Python command print type like this. Nope, it doesn't like this. I is not defined. Did you mean ID? So so for I in this list, so the list is if I, oh, this is a string. Okay. So I is a string. So I is a, oh, you know, this is why it doesn't work. Because I is a string. Because I is these directions. So it's either the up arrow, the down arrow, the left arrow, or the right arrow. Yeah, it's a character, right? It's a string, it's a character. So this is why the why it's not working. So I think what we should do is we should just make a counter, right? We should just make a counter, and then I can modify the counter. So over here, we'll just do counter. Counter equals what do we initialize the counter as? I just use enumerate. Maybe we should use enumerate, but we've kind of gotten this far already. So the counter is going to start at started at 0 seems. Yeah, I mean it seems obvious to start it at 0. But we can't modulo. We have to be able to modulo the counter. We modulo the counter by 2. Let's see. Yeah, so counter starts at 0, and then, well, we'll just do the modulo inside. Okay, what is this function meant to do? So the function is just meant to keep track of 2D coordinates and add the 2D coordinates to a list. And then at the end, we need to get the unique 2D coordinates and then return the number of unique 2D coordinates. Okay, so we have the counter here. So each time the loop runs, we need to increment the counter. So first we append the thing, and then we counter plus plus. Is that how you do it in Python? Okay. So counter plus plus. We need to redefine this now then. So current position, this would be counter modulo 2. And this should definitely be an integer now, right? But IDX, I and enumerate. Yeah, we're just going to try to do it without enumerate in this case. Oh, this should be between some of these. Okay, let's grab this, copy it so that we can paste here. I sure do love working on programming problems. No, I mean no, I actually mean that. I do like working on programming problems because you get to work on your problem solving skills. Okay, and so we will put this down here as well. Okay. So it's an index that goes from 0 to 1 to 0 to 1, current position modulo 2. Will access only items at index 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. So, I mean, we're accessing item 0, and then inside of item 0, item 0's item 1, or item 0. Let's see if it works. Okay. So here we've got line 1, type O. Okay. I forgot to modify this. This is line... Where'd I put this? No, this is the wrong thing. Counter plus plus, invalid syntax. Okay, it doesn't like that. So we will increment the counter with something else. So counter equals counter plus 1. Brackets are wrong. Oh, plus equals 1. Okay. Brackets are wrong. Accessing item 0. Okay, we'll find out if this is the case in just a second. So counter in the list. Okay, int object is not subscriptable. Int object type is not subscriptable. Counter plus equals 1 is the shorter way. Thank you for letting me know, everybody. All right, so Darius art code. Let's try your suggestion. Sure. So we just need to modify everything here. Int is not an array you can access, so let's take a look at this. Current position, counter. Okay, so we'll just go in here, and then we will so counter modulo 0. Is this how you do it? You do one set and then another set? Ah, this isn't something I do very often, but let's see if it works. A couple more to do. This is the type of thing where it feels like nothing is happening, and then suddenly it's all done. Okay, so wow. So this is this is 0, okay, and then this is element 1. Need to modify this to make sure that the coordinates go over okay, and then current position, counter modulo 2. This should be okay though, right? macro could be useful here. Yeah. Okay. So now it doesn't like 27. Okay, so let's see. Tuple of current position, counter modulo 2. Okay. It's tuple already, you're doing tuple. Does it start as a tuple already? Okay, well, I mean, we've got an answer now. I'm not too sure if... I don't know if it's the right answer. I guess we can just, you know, plug it in and see if it accepts the answer. We'll see. Oops, not this. This one. Okay, plug it in. That's not the right answer. The answer is too high. The answer is too high. Current position, tuple, scroll up. Hold on. So it didn't... Well, I mean, we got an answer out of this. It was... I mean, if we remove this tuple here, I don't know if it really... Well, tuple here, line 27. I'm not really too sure if it'll affect the answer. So we'll remove tuple here. We'll write it. We'll run the script again, and we'll see if... Now we get... Yeah, so it's not a tuple, it's a list. What we need to do is we need to cast this as a tuple. Okay, can I see what is in current position? So current position is a list with two lists inside of it, with two coordinates that we're using as lists. So we're double counting the starting position. The starting position doesn't get added to the visited total because 0, 0 is never added, because 0, 0 is modified before it is added to visited positions. Okay, so so this is why we need to add 1 to the very end before we return the visited total. Can you do print? Which value do we want it to print? Can you do print I? Print I. Okay. I mean, for I and lists, I is the input, and the input is these direction arrows. So it is up, left, and down, right. It's basically all the directions taken from the input file here. So I'm wondering why the number is too high. Is the number too high because visited positions... So visit positions, we're trying to get... Actually, what we should do is we should print it out. So at the very end, before we return this, print visited or unique value set. Okay. So what if you visit the starting position multiple times while traveling around? Wouldn't that mean the +1 is unnecessary? Oh, you know what? Yeah, you might visit 0, 0 again. And if you visit 0, 0 again, that means you add +1 unnecessarily. That's true. Hold on. I need to make sure that there's not 0, 0 in the unique value set. Okay. So these are the different coordinates that are visited. So if this is too high, then 0, 0 is probably visited again. Actually, wait. We can probably grep this out. Grep E 0, 0. Here it is. Yeah, 0, 0 is in the set, so it's probably... We probably just need to subtract 1. So we just need to remove the line. Okay? And then rerun the code. Wait. Python. Oh, no, that's with the grep. Okay, remove the grep. And 2341. Let's submit this. The code running for that long? There's a lot of stuff in the list. Okay, so return to day 3. Submit. That's the right answer. Okay, we did it. Everybody, we did it. Yay! It took some doing, for sure. Okay, so we'll go back. Huh. I guess the reason why it worked before is because 0, 0 wasn't in the list. I guess if we really wanted to make sure, we need to add the current position once before the loop starts. So, well, actually, you know what we can do? We can just add 0, 0, the tuple. So we can just add this to the list beforehand, and then everything's good, right? And then rerun the code. Sorry, I wasn't thinking logically. Okay, where's that print? Let's get rid of this print. Okay, and then you don't have to cast it to tuple at the end. You can make it more efficient as cast costs money. I mean, I don't really worry too much about inefficiency in my code too much, because I'm not, I mean, I guess I should be optimizing my code as much as I can. Your classic off by 1 error, of course. Anyways, okay, we're done with this. Let's cat out the code and then add this to our GitHub repository, and then we'll call this finished. Okay, so we don't need this window anymore. Okay, and then we will add this to our write-up here. Some good old Python. Is it not time? It is time. It is time for us to move on to the next topic. Actually, we're over by about 20 minutes. So I'm just going to do 40 minutes for the next topic. Okay, and let me go ahead and switch that up. Topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. Okay, so what are we doing? We're taking a look at this room over here from TryHackMe. It's called data representation. So data representation is, well, we're going to learn about how computers represent numbers and colors. Yay, lots of fun. So this is a special interest of mine. I'm interested in how all of the strings of binary numbers become data on our screen. I think it's a very important thing to understand. Got the link? Yep, the link I just put in chat. All right, so you just need to join the room. It's a free room, and we're just going to be talking about this for the next 40 minutes or so. So what do we? Well, I mean, I haven't taken a look at this myself, so I might be learning some new stuff. Let's take a look. So you're curious to explore the in-depth of how computers represent colors and numbers. You are not only interested in seeing the color purple on the screen, but also interested in inspecting how this purple is represented in the computer memory. As a bonus, you can learn how computers manage to do all of their calculations when they can read and write only two states and interpret them as either zeros and ones. So this is your classic binary. So an electric pulse means 1, no electric pulse means 0. Yay. So human beings find it most convenient to use the decimal system for everyday tasks such as counting, measuring, weighing, and paying. If you like jogging, you might track your progress by timing yourself. Okay, so say you jogged for 23 minutes. When you look at the prices, you expect something like these integer numbers over here. Actually, you know what? Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So without giving it much thought, you use the decimal symbol where digits range from 0 to 9. So when you get into a lot of computer topics, you need to deal with counting systems that you just did the nodule yesterday. Null test, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Did you enjoy the module? I was recommended the module by somebody else in chat. I don't quite remember. If you're the person who suggested it, let me know. So computers, on the other hand, are limited to two digits, 0 and 1. If you ever wondered how computers represent the different values using only two digits, this room will help you get some answers. So what are we doing today? We're representing eight colors, okay? Representing 16 million colors. That's a big jump. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Mr. Lonek. Thank you. Okay, so we talk about binary numbers, we talk about hex numbers, hexadecimal numbers, and octal numbers. I don't deal with octal very often in my day-to-day when I'm talking about cybersecurity and computer stuff, but yeah, it's also, I mean, octal is also a very popular base number to count by as well. Okay, after you finish the room, you should have a solid understanding of how computers represent colors and understand numbers, specifically positive integers. Being familiar with binary and hexadecimal representations is a must when you use various computer tools, especially in the domain of cybersecurity. Okay, let's go. You deal with it anytime you set the permissions in Lin. Oh, you're right. You're right. SysOS Master, you're absolutely correct. So when we're dealing with Linux over here, we've got 7? We have 7 different states. Because we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7 different states right here. Okay, Null says, let's see. It's pretty good, learned a fair bit. It's really good to know. Yeah, I think this is an interesting thing that we should be paying attention to as well. Okay, so let's go with task number 2, representing colors. So our first 8 colors. So by combining different amounts of red, green, and blue lights, you can get any color you like. In computer counters, think of it as 3 knobs, and each knob controls one of the 3 colors. Okay, so let's say that each of the 3 colors can be on or off and has 2 states. So red can be on or off, green can be on or off, and blue can be on or off. So these states give us 2 times 2 times 2 equals 8. So that's 8 different colors. So when red is off, but blue and green are on, then you get the color cyan. Is this, yeah, so blue and green equals cyan. That's when red is not there. When green is not there, you get purple, because purple is the result of red and blue. And when blue is not there, then you get the color yellow, which is the lights red and green. Okay, which app do you use to keep your cybersecurity notes? Nulltest says that they use Notion. I use GitHub because, well, I mean, GitHub is originally used for collaborative code, but I really like using it for for tech topics. So for example, I've got all the stuff that I do on the HackerFrogs channel. I keep it over here. But you can use whatever note-taking app you like. The important thing is that you're able to get to it, and keeping it on your local device is good if you've got if you don't want it to be public. But if you don't mind your notes being public, I do recommend using stuff like GitHub. Okay. So if a computer were limited to 8 colors, it would only need to indicate which color is switched on and switched off. So in fact, it can use 3 digits of 1s and 0s to represent the states of red, green, and blue. For example, 111 is all of the 3 lights switched on, while 100 would be only red switched on. So this digit which can be either 1 or 0, is called a bit. So now a computer can represent any of the 8 colors. If this is still unclear, a detailed list is shown in the table below. Okay, so we got 000, which is black, and you got 111, which creates white. So I mean, this is talking about light-based colors. When we're talking about pigment-based colors, the colors are slightly different. Okay, I really like the way the HackerFrog keeps their notes. Thank you very much, Wild Radio. It doesn't work for everybody, it works for me. The important thing is that it works for you. This can be useful for color on the terminal, ANSI escape codes. I didn't know that the ANSI escape codes were based on... So ANSI escape codes only deal with 8 different colors? Is that what we're supposed to take away from that? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Crit Cho Mai Tong, thank you. So SSOS says it's about additive color mixing. Subtractive color mixing is different. So subtractive color mixing is stuff like paint, right? Like pigment based. But yeah, you've got the different color combinations over here. So if only the blue is switched on, then you get blue. Only green, only red, and then the mixture of different colored lights. Okay, from 8 to 16 million, okay? Being limited to 8 colors is inconvenient. We would prefer millions of colors. It would be convenient if each of the 3 lights had 256 levels instead of just 2. So if you deal with web-based colors, you definitely have seen these hexadecimal color codes. Actually, web-based colors are slightly different from hexadecimal-based color codes, right? Okay. So let's repeat the same math as earlier. If you've got 256 degrees of red, and then blue, and then green, you get 16,777,000 something. Okay, there's more than 16 million colors. So 1 bit is enough to represent 2 states on and off, but we need 8 bits to express 256 states. In most textbooks, a group of 8 bits is referred to as a byte, but you can also use the term octet, okay? So putting this all together, you would realize that a color is now represented by 3 times 8 bits, or 3 bytes, which is 24 bits. Okay, there's just RGB and RGBA. RGBA. So for example, one green color used on this page is represented by this string. That's not a very convenient way to type or read color codes. Here comes the hexadecimal representation to the rescue. So hexadecimal representation makes it very easy to combine 4 bits into a single character. Hexadecimal digit, to be specific. For now, think of each of these hexadecimal digits as symbols, where each symbol represents a set of 4 bytes. Or, sorry, 4 bits. We'll revisit hexadecimal numbers in task 3. So we have 1 hex digit, so 0 is 4 zeros, 1 is 1 bit. So this is 1 bit. 2 is, oh, okay. I think, yeah. So this is just conversion from hexadecimal numbers to binary numbers. So 2 is 1, 0 in binary. 3 is this, 4 is this, and then we go all the way to 9. After 9, of course, in hexadecimal, we go from 9 to A, and then to B, to C, to D, all the way to F. So when we get to F, in binary, it's 1111. Okay, so Darius Art Code says RGBA is each letter is 8 bits. Each letter is 8 bits, which equals 32 bits. So 32 bits is 4 bytes. It's 8 times, it's divided by 8, so that's 4. So 32 bits is 4 bytes, right? Okay, Didev says I read some things about mmix, and I think Knuth uses the term bytes wide, tetra and octa for 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, and 64-bit, respectively. I've never I've never heard about mmix before. Okay, so let's see. NNYMU says 563 equals 563. So is that 563 in some other counting base? So going back to the color green, instead of typing this, we can type A3EA2A. In fact, that's how you're going to specify the color in graphics programs. For your convenience, the attached static site helps you convert a hex color into its binary and decimal representations along with the color preview. Okay, I mean, there's a bunch of different web apps that do this kind of thing, right? So, oh, huh. Hold on. Okay, I just clicked on that. Just a second, everybody. Let me get this. So, hex to color. Nightcry, hello, nice to see you here. So, HTML color codes. Let's see, color picker from image. We've got hex to RGB color converter over here. Okay, convert. Ah, okay. So I mean, I'm using this website in case anybody wants to try it out. So I'm assuming that the first value, yeah. So it's red, then green, then blue. So the first 2 characters are for red, the second 2 for green, and then the last 2 for blue. So I mean, if we change this to FFFF, that's gonna be black. No? No, that's gonna be white. Okay. So full values are all white, and empty values are black, right? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah, that's black. Okay. All on is white. So all on means all of the colors, which means white. Okay. Let's continue. So to summarize what we've covered so far, in real-life applications, the color is represented in 24 bits, that is 3 bytes. Each byte can represent 256 values. Each of the 3 bytes specifies the intensity of the red, green, and blue lights. Every 4 bits is represented by 1 hexadecimal digit. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat. Okay, so Danav says, makes sense considering that black is the absence of color and white is the combination of all the colors. Yeah, so each byte is represented by 2 hexadecimal digits. Okay, visit the view site and then answer the following question. So put this in one word, what does this color appear to be? Okay, so let's just copy this. So visit the site. Oh, it's a little bit too big. Okay, we'll just plug in the value. That looks like green to me. Okay, so this is green. And the next question is, what is the binary representation of this number? You know, to the people in chat, is there like is there an easy way to do hexadecimal to binary using Linux? So something on the command line? You can just read it. I mean, I guess we could. I mean, I'm not too great at hexadecimal to binary, but let's see. We could do hex to binary. We can practice. Okay. Well, I mean, if we wanted to practice. Okay, so this is the number that we need to convert. So this is hex. There's a bijection for hexadecimal digits to a tuple of binary digits. Lots of hex edit apps out there. I think we could probably do this pretty easily in like Python, right? So we give it. Let me see if I can look this up real quick. So Python hex to binary. So you can convert a hexadecimal string to a binary string using built-in functions like int and format. So int and format is there's not print hex to binary hex input. Okay, so hex to binary. Oh, okay. Well, this is a function. So echo. Oh, Ronan, thank you for that. So if we got this number, echo, and then xxdrp. Math was never my strong suit. Echo n, and then pipe it into xxdrp. Well, I mean that's this converts it to ASCII, yeah. Okay, lots of hex edit apps out there. There's a plugin in Sublime. Okay. So Dynev says, so that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Okay, so if I grab your message here, we go back in. I just realized that my music has stopped, so I need to start it back up again. Just a second, everybody. I mean, this isn't, I mean, this does get us, does this get us there? Okay, so E is 1110, B is 1011, 0 is 0000, 2 times, and then 3 is 011, and 7 is 0111. Is this the string we're looking for? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if this is what they're looking for, but we can always go back to the drawing board if it's not. Check. Yep, that's what they were looking for. Ronan says obase to ibase. Oh, so output base 2, input base 16. Binary calculator. I mean, I do love my my Linux commands. Let's give it a try. Ah, we don't have binary calculator. Okay, we need 103 kilobytes. Okay, and it gets us the same answer. Awesome. Let's go back. Okay, what is the decimal representation of this? I mean, decimal representation should be easier for us to convert, right? Because we're a lot more used to. So this is the number they want us to translate to decimal. So F is. So this is this number is 15. So 15. D is 13. So 13 and 15. Well, if we know that D is 13 in decimal, 4 is 4, and 8 is 8. So are we... So Dadev says, echo this stuff out. Hello, how are you, chat? Zero Trace. Hello, nice to see you here. But yeah, let's see if... So each one of these sets are a value from 0 to 255. So it's like, so it's D, so it's the second digit times, it's the second digit times 16. So it's like 13 times 16 plus 15. And then 13 times 16 plus 8. And 13 times 16 plus 4. I think that's how you do it, right? So this means that, I mean, my multiplication skills are garbage. Print Python command print 16 times 13, 208. Go back. So this is 208, 13 times 8. Well, 16 times 8 plus... Oh, I'm getting myself confused. So 208 plus 15, right? Yeah. So 208 plus 15 is 223. So that's the first set. Okay, Debo Hype, YouTube, Apple, Samsung, Google Pixel, or Huawei. You talking about phones? Everybody, if you don't mind, let's do a survey of what kind of phones everybody's using. If you don't mind revealing the information, of course, it could be used for, you know, data collection. So 13 times 16 plus 8 yeah, 13 times 16 plus 8 is 216. And the last one is 13 times, so it's just it's the same value, but minus 4. So that means that this is 212. So that means that the answer that we're looking for is like 212, 216, 223. Did you enjoy college? Yeah, I had a lot of fun in college. Didev says it's not a bad idea to memorize the multiples of 16 up to 256 if you're in IT and cybersec. That is a good idea, Didev. You're correct. Okay, so let's just copy this. You can do it automatically. Okay. So let's... All right, that was correct. Okay, task 3 is numbers from decimal to hexadecimal. Didn't we just do this? Okay, humans have 10 fingers, and this is the most plausible explanation as why we use the decimal base 10 system in our everyday lives. Computers, on the other hand, have two finger states they understand. Normal, low and high in voltage range, for example, transistor logic. North and south in magnetic polarity, for example, in hard disk drives. Light presence in fiber optics. Okay, so let's consider the first example. On the electronic level, a transistor either passes or blocks electric current. Consequently, in all digital systems, everything boils down to a low or high state, representing 0 and 1 respectively. So for example, the low range can be voltage between 0 and 0.8 volts, while the high range is between 2 and 3.3, or 2.7 and 5 volts, depending on the electronic system. We are not affected by how the 0 and 1 are represented on the physical level. However, we are concerned with how to use these two digits to represent data, such as numbers. Okay. Is this your full-time work? Well, I mean, I'm trying to do content creation on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah. Okay, and Michael Koseni, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Good morning. Good morning. You must be in Asia. Michael Koseni. So in the previous task, we saw that we could use sets of bits to fine-tune the steps. For example, 1 bit can represent 2 states, while 8 bits can represent 256 states. In this task, we will learn a bit more about the math behind it. However, don't worry if it appears complex at first glance. Things will make more sense as you progress in your learning journey. Okay. So in simple math terms, a number such as 213 is actually the same as saying 200 plus 10 plus 3. Isn't that right? Okay, yeah. In a more technical representation, 213 can be written as 213 equals 2 times 10 to the second power plus 1 times 10 to the first power plus 3 times 10 to the 0th power. As you remember from math class, 10 to the second power is 100, 10 to the first power is 10, and 10 to the 0th power is 1. So consequently, this is just a formal mathematical way of saying 213 equals 2 times 100 plus 1 times 10 plus 3 times 1. If you've not worked with math for some time, please give this some thought and a second read before you move on. Okay, it looks like my chat app is kind of crashed. Let me reset my chat app. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so could everybody say hello just so I can see that the chat app is working? Thank you. Okay, so we're talking about binary numbers. Great. So the binary base 2 system can be expressed similarly to what we wrote earlier, discussing the decimal base 10 system. The key difference is that the binary system is limited to 2 digits 0 and 1. Oh, thank you for pings. Thank you very much for the hellos and the pings. Thank you. And everything is a power of 2. Let's consider a couple of examples. So the binary number 1001 can be expressed as the following. So 1001 is 1 times 2 to the power of 3 plus 0 to 2 to the power of 2 plus 0 to 2 to the power of 1 plus 1 to 2 to the power of 0. And then we just demonstrated how to write 9 in binary. I mean, as far as I know, an easy way for me to remember converting binary numbers, converting binary to, let's see, binary to decimal, is understanding the places in the number. So let's just say we've got a binary number like this. So the first one is represents 2 times 0, and this is 2 times 1, and then 2 times 1, and then 2 times 2, and then 2 times 4. This doesn't look very, very clean. Okay, 2 times 4, and then we just double it every time. So that's 8, that's 16. Let's just cut it off at 16. This does not look super clean. So we can get this to line up. Okay, so if this is our number, we just need to multiply. Yeah, so the value is the base and the position. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, for sure. So this means that it's 16 times 1, so we can just keep a running score. So 16 times 1, and then the next number that actually has a digit is 1. So 2 times 1 is 2. And then just 1. So 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1 is 16 plus 2 plus 1. And that is 19. Let me just do a little check. 19 in binary. Hexicko has just rated the channel with 6 viewers. Thank you very much. Okay, 10011. Okay, so I think that's what we got. 100. Oh. Did I screw this up? Hold on. So this is the number itself, and this is the number times 2. Did I? This is the number itself. This is the number times 2. This is the number times 4. This is the number times 8. This is the number times 16. You don't need the 0. So 10011. In binary should be 1. So this is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. 16 and then 16 times 2 is like 32. So it doesn't get to the 30. Oh man. Okay. So this is the number itself, and this is times 2. This is the number itself, this is times 2. So this would be 2 plus 1, this would be 3. So 1, 1 is 3. Let's see. Nano, the default editor on Unix is ed. ed. I've never used ed before. So this should be the 4, like 2 times 2. It should double each time, right? So this should be 4, this should be 8, this should be 16, this should be 32. So 1, okay, so this should be this should be 32 plus 2 plus 1. So this should be 35. This should be 35. So let's check 35 in binary. 10000011. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Thank you. And to Galander, hello, nice to see you here. SE Ed is Ed with superpowers. I bet you have used. I've used SED before. Said, yeah. Okay, let's go back to the. Oh man, nothing like doing math to make me feel dumb. ED is not an editor. ED is not an editor. Okay, so we're just talking about binary to decimal conversion. Okay, so having come this far, it's time to revisit the hexadecimal system. So hexadecimal numbers. So we grouped every 4 bits into a single hexadecimal digit. As you've seen earlier, a hexadecimal digit ranges from 0 to F. Between 0 and F. And by taking a closer look at the table below, you will notice that there's a hexadecimal digit that a hexadecimal digit ranges between 0 and 15 in the decimal system. To replace 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and 15, we replace those with a single digit, A, B, C, E, and F. The table below is something you would encounter in any tutorial or chapter on hexadecimal systems, okay? So we got our decimal number, our hexadecimal digit, and our binary representation. Okay, it all seems pretty standard so far. So I guess what we need to do here is we need to figure out the conversion between one number system and another. That was an old Nick's joke, Shy. No worries, no worries. I need to learn these jokes. SED is ED with superpowers. Okay, so converting from hexadecimal to decimal. So this subsection is optional. If you're curious about converting a hexadecimal number to a decimal number, you do the same approach that we did for binary conversion. So this is something I've done a little bit more of. So like we were doing before. So when you've got like a hex number, so a hex digit, so D4. So the first digit is the number by itself. So this is the. So if you're taking a look at the hexadecimal digit, this is the number itself. I guess we would call this the power of 0, and then the power of 1. So the power of 1 in this case is like 16. So it's D times 16 plus 4 to get the decimal. So D is 13. So 13 times 16. I still can't do math. Hold on. So 13 times 16 is like 208. So 208, and then you just add your other number, which is 4. So 208 plus 4, which is 212. So that means that D4 is 212 in decimal. And you can do this for anything. Well, I mean, the easy things to know, the things that we should memorize, of course, is like FF equals 255, and maybe if you just see like A, that's going to be, A is like 10, right? So 10 in decimal, this kind of thing. It seems I arrived late to math class, kind of. All right, but we'll try to finish this off as quickly as possible because we've run out of time. So optional octal numbers. The octal system refers to base 8, so digital digits between 0 and 7. Okay, so we just need to remember that when we want to convert from one base to another. Okay, so answer the question below. What is the FF in binary? What is the hexadecimal FF in binary? Oh, FF is, yeah, it's just one, like, all ones. because each one of these digits is represented by four bits, right? There's a helper site with this module, right? Hold on. I guess it would have been listed up at the top. But I didn't see the helper website. Anyways, let's try to answer the questions and then we can move on to the next topic, because we're going to be doing the intro to Python. What's the hexadecimal A, B, and decimal? Okay, so A is 10. A is 10, so it's 10 times 16. So 160 plus B. 160 plus 11. So 171. Okay. There's the icon for it. Curious. Do you have a bachelor's or a master's? I do have a bachelor's, but it's not in anything computer related. My bachelor's degree is in visual arts, so it's not anything related to cybersecurity. So convert the hexadecimal FF to decimal. After you round up the decimal value to the nearest millionth, how many millions is that? So FF is... So convert this to decimal. So this is 256 times 256. So okay, how many places is this? You know what? I'm just gonna cheese my way out of this. I'm just gonna do the conversion on a website. Hex to decimal. I used to have a bachelor pad. That's some that is some boomer humor. Okay, so hex number this. Convert. This is 16. Oh, this is 16 million. Okay, yeah. This comes back to the beginning of the lesson. So the beginning of the lesson was talking about 16 million colors. Never too late to change career. So it's rounding up. So if we round it up, it is 17. Let's go back. Round up to the decimal value. Yeah. Okay, and we'll conclude. So in this room we covered several topics. So we're mostly just talking about converting between these base systems. So 10 to 16 and 8. Okay, so the next time we do this kind of topic, we're going to be taking a look at the data encoding room, and this was actually what I wanted to take a look at more, because this is dealing with converting binary strings into characters like ASCII. But yeah, we'll cover this next time. Okay, that's easy. We learned all of the conversion in semester 1 in university: binary, hexadecimal, decimal, octal. Well, I mean, it sounds like either a math class, or it's either like a math program or like a computer science program. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into our next topic. I'll put 60 minutes on the clock. And what we're going to do is we're just going to play around with Python. So if you've never done programming before, you'll get the most out of this. But if you're a person who's done a lot of programming, especially Python, then you might not get as much out of it. Okay, so topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, SysOS says we did base 3. Base 3, huh? Base 12 and base 32 for fun during class 2. Okay, let's get those session notes. So this is batch 1, this is Python, and this is session number 1. So everybody, if you want to, we're not going to be covering a lot of different programming concepts in this class, but if you want to take a look at what we are going to be taking a look at, This is it over here. And thank you very much for subscribing, A the Fool, and Hamoda Al-Zobi. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, so let me do my introductions. This is Python programming. This is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. It's a little program I developed. This is, let's see, I got my presentation files. Okay, got myself a neural symbolic model with a RAG setup for some extra APIs and multi-modularity. Even got evolutionary algos using its own architecture as a genetic. Now my PC is alive. Awesome. Okay. All right, everybody. Oh, this is both number 1. Wait, what's the difference between these? Sorry, let me get the correct file. So this should be session 0. Yeah, computer science. Okay. All right. So this is yeah, Python programming basics intro. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. It's a little program that I cooked up to get people who are not familiar with technology topics into technology. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool, welcome, welcome. This is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This is not specific to cybersecurity, but well, I mean, there's a lot of programming in different cybersecurity fields. This is the intro to Python programming. So what is programming? So according to Wikipedia, computer programming is the process of performing a particular computation, or more generally, accomplishing a specific computing result, usually by designing and building an executable computer program. Thank you very much for the subscription, Supap Sun. Thank you. So put in broader terms, programming is the process of writing instructions for a computer to execute. So the instructions can result in output as simple as printing the answer to a simple math equation, which is something we did earlier, just a few minutes earlier, or a word to the screen, or as complex as the latest video editing software, games, websites, or countless other pieces of software used in our daily lives. So if you are watching this live stream on some sort of device, there's a lot of programming that went into getting this image onto your screen. In executable, that's the step I keep on forgetting, of course. Yup. Big hacks and big stuff. So many different programming languages are used for writing software, and each programming language has its own advantages and disadvantages for developing different types of software. So there's no one programming language to rule them all. That does not exist. So the programming language we will learn to use in these workshops is called Python. So why are we learning Python? There's a lot of programming languages out there. So why are we learning Python? We'll go over 3 different reasons. So if you are a person who does a lot of development with different programming languages, you might recognize some of the logos over here. SysOS says, except for assembly, it kicks them all. Yeah, if only assembly were user-friendly. User-friendly, yeah. Okay, so the first reason we're learning Python is Python is a very popular language with an active online community, so there's a lot of support for students. So if you learn some really esoteric language that not a lot of people use, if you run into any problems, it's going to be hard to find solutions to those problems. But Python has a lot of people who know it, so that's one of the reasons why we're learning it. It's user-friendly for the right kind of user, I guess you could say that. Let's see, Chirag says, how much does it take to learn to get into cybersecurity? Please edit this live into a short video so that we can see it. Are you talking about just the Python programming part? Or what are you talking about, Abdelghani? But check out this website over here. Okay, so let's see. Hypothesis, the language you know changes how you think. Approaching language learning for 2 polyglots due for math and normal languages. Hello Isa. Nice to see you here. Okay, so the second reason why we're learning Python is that Python uses a syntax that is much closer to written English than other programming languages, so it's easier to read and understand. So most of the keywords in Python, they look a lot more like regular Old English, so it makes it easier to understand when you're starting out. So if you want to just print the word "Hello World" to the screen, you do print "Hello World" between some parentheses, and that's it. Okay. Carrie Buildseye says Python is good for AI and data science. I mean, there's a lot of different fields use Python scripts. And yeah, so the third reason why we're learning Python is that Python automates some tedious operations common to other programming languages, such as memory management. So there's a lot that Python does for us so that we don't need to muck around, and it makes it a lot faster for us to code using Python. Okay, so we're going to move on into the first Python programming workshop. Let's go ahead and do that. So this is the same document. Okay, let's continue. So what we're going to do for this first workshop is we're going to learn about the Hello World program. So programmers learning a language usually write a Hello World program as their first exercise. In Python, this is very, very easy. Aiden says, I love your videos. Thank you very much, Aiden. Okay, to complete our Hello World exercise, we're going to go over a couple of concepts before we get into the code. So we'll go over the Python print function first. So printing out anything to the console using Python involves using the print function, and it's pretty easy to get a hold of. You just type in the word print and then a pair of parentheses and then what you want printed between some quotes in the parentheses here. Okay, is this basic or is this real hacking? I'm a dev. Print money. Yeah, of course print money. We're not really doing any serious hacking right now. We're just doing an introduction to some tech topics. And in this case, we're doing an introduction to Python programming. Okay, so virtually all programming languages have some method of printing text to the screen, often referred to as the console. In Python, the print function is the primary method of doing so. This is a Python course. We can use it for hacking later if we just happen to involve Python scripts in our hacking. So to use the print function, we use the function name and then a pair of parentheses, and then in case what we want printed in either single or double quotes between the parentheses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce a website to you. Close this thing. Oh man, I guess I need to reload this page. Okay, so we've got a free Python interpreter here. Okay. Abdelghani says, what language do you recommend after learning C from uni? What language do you recommend after C? I mean, what language you want to learn depends on what the goal is, right? So here on this website, we've got a bunch of a code window, and we can use this code window to run our Python. So let me make this a little bit bigger, and let's get rid of this ad. So what we can do is we can go into the main.py window here, and we can get rid of everything in here. So the reason why we're using this online website is because not everybody has access to a console. But everybody should have access to web pages like this. Okay, Aiden asks, what's your favorite programming language? I mean, it's hard for me to identify favorites, but I do enjoy coding in Python because coding in Python is usually faster than coding in other languages. Okay, so we got our main.py window here. We want to print something out. So we just type in print and then some parentheses and then put in some double quotes. They can be single quotes or double quotes. Just make sure that there are two of them. And then put in whatever message you want between those parentheses. So print hello world. Okay, and then after you're finished, click on run, and then hello world gets printed out. Okay, so that's printing out the hello world program. So I mean, we can adjust the text that's printed out. So HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and we can print that out. Or we could also use some double quotes instead of single quotes. You just need to make sure it's between some quotes and between some parentheses here. So we'll print out, oh, I don't know, I love Python. And then run that. So basically, the print function, this is how it works. Ransomware ate my homework, of course. And welcome to the stream, China Maldita. Thank you. Okay. So Dragon Speed says, what do you recommend for an absolute noob? Are you talking about learning cybersecurity? Check out the website over here. Okay, so let's continue with the lesson. You know what? Before we continue, I need to get rid of some of these other windows that I'm not using anymore. Because when I've got too many windows open, it's kind of aggravating. Okay, so another common use of the print function is to print the values of variables to the console. In this case, we can simply input the name of the variable we want printed between the parentheses. So we're talking about variables. So variables are basically, when do we talk about? We talk about variables later. Okay, so when we print text, we have to use either single quotes or double quotes to wrap what we want to print. So for example, you could use the single quotes, you can use the double quotes. We can't mix the two. Thank you very much. Jamai can still bap in. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So this is the print function. So originally in my course, we used learnpython.org. It's not a very fun website to use, but you can use it if you want. And it should be in the notes. Over here? No. Over here. Yeah, hello world in the print function. Actually, we have come. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. So hello world, we're gonna skip past this part. Okay, China Maldita says, computers ruined my life. I'm a subway breakdancer now. Please create a Discord server. Yeah, I'm kind of... Huh. The bot doesn't work for regular users. That's weird. So Discord, we have Reddit. I'm not sure why it's not working for anybody else, but I can give it to you. Okay, so let's do a little quiz. So hello world quiz. When we use the print function to print text, should we use single quotes or double quotes? So A, you should only use double quotes. B, you should only use single quotes. C, you can use either single or double quotes. Or D, you should use backticks. Thank you very much for subscribing, Fecko Gaming. Laughing Lounge says C. And yeah, so the answer is C. You can use either single quotes or double quotes when you want to print some text using the print function. E, you should use an array of binary data. That's only for advanced programmers. Okay, so question 2. So what happens if you use the print function without parentheses? So if you use print function, but you don't use the parentheses, the print function will still work. An error message appears at runtime. Parentheses only affect whether or not there are parentheses in the output, or none of the above. Okay, let's see. China Maldita says, can't you escape all types of quotes with backticks? I mean, it depends on what system you're using. E undefined if the script runs, or a syntax error if the compiler catches it. Hamza says, what if I learned after classes in OOP and Python, something like libraries or packages like Django? Okay, so let's test this out ourselves. So if we go over to our online Python interpreter here, and we remove the parentheses, so we'll try it like this. So run this, we get an error message. Missing parentheses and call to print, did you mean print with the parentheses? So it actually can tell what's missing here when you use print specifically, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so in order to use the print function, if you don't use the parentheses, it's going to give you an error. Unless you're using Python 2, but we don't talk about Python 2. Okay, Horolian says, can you teach me to hack? I can teach you to hack legally. I can't teach you illegal hacking stuff. An error message will appear. That's correct. Okay, let's go back. So an error message appears at runtime. Part 2, variables. So if you don't know about variables, it's not a super difficult thing to understand if you've done math before. It's basically the name of something that stands in for some other data. So virtually all programming languages use variables, which are storage locations associated with a specific name as well as a value. So take the following as an example. We've got a variable called my name, my_name is equal to shy hat, this string over here. Until you encounter pointers and structs, of course. Why not Python 1? Well, I mean, there was a Python 1, but Python 1, well, I mean, nobody really uses it anymore. Okay, so if we go over to our interpreter over here, so we can create a variable. Hold on, nan. So we can create a variable called my name. My name equals the shy hat. It could be anything, but you just need to make sure that if you want this printed out as a string, you need to put it in between these quotes over here. Okay, and we can create a couple other variables as well. Hacker number equals 1337, so because that's the hacker number. And I don't know, pi equals 3.14, something like this. So basically, whenever we type in the name of the variable inside of Python, it's going to take the value here and it's going to substitute this in. So whenever we type in my name, it refers to this string, the shy hat. When we type in hacker_number, it refers to this number 1337, etc., etc. Okay, so how can we use these variables? We can actually use the variables in our print function. So we're going to do a print function, and we're going to print out my_name. And when we print my_name, it'll print out the shy hat. So click on run. It prints out the shy hat because that's the variable associated with my_name. Chat, should I go ethical or black hat? There's only one answer here, Horian. Thank you. Alpha BGE says the best hacking frog, missed your streams and videos. Hey, nice to see you here, Alpha BG. Okay, let's go back. So variables. I mean, if there's anything you don't understand about variables, let us know in the chat. I'll try to explain as best I can. So wherever we refer to my name in the code, shy hat will be inserted there. So if we have this following code, my name equals shy hat, print my name, the output should be shy hat. So the real benefit of using variables in programming is that a variable can be referenced multiple times in the same code, saving a lot of time in accounting while writing the code. So if you use the same variable over and over again, such as over here, So let's see. Let's just say we'll call this my paragraph, and we'll just write a lot of stuff. Like HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. We're here to learn cybersecurity. Okay, so we don't want to print out, don't want to type this all out. We just want to type out print my paragraph, and then we're done. So if we have to reference this multiple times, we can just type in the word my paragraph over and over again instead of typing out this whole big thing. Okay, 2 raw for you says, would you say moving forward, is P2 or P3 more useful? Nobody uses Python 2 anymore. Definitely learn Python 3. There are some use cases for using Python 2, but they're very niche. Of course, you will see Python 2 from time to time because there are Python scripts that are written like 20 years ago or even older, and you will see those scripts written in the older version of Python. Okay, let's go back. So in addition, variables can change value after they've been defined. So the great thing about variables is that we can create them, we can modify them, and we can use them over and over again in the code instead of typing out the same values over and over again. Okay, SysOS says, let's see. I want to hack at NASA using HTML. I mean, it's unlikely, but it's aim for the aim for the stars. Okay, SysOS says Python 2 is only when you need the old libraries, but you should never have to use it in new use cases. Variable scope in Python versus C++. Will you cover C++, or is Python the primary tool for hackers because of its simple syntax, and C++ just for performance? I mean, I might teach other programming languages in the future, but for right now, I'm trying to teach stuff that people can use very quickly, and Python is that language. Do you want to become like Scammer Payback? No, that's not what that's not what I'm doing out here. Not that I'm saying that you know that Scammer Payback shouldn't be doing what he's doing. That's just not what I'm doing. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch right now, so while the ads run, we'll put on the birds. Here is a bird you don't see very often. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to take a little bit of a water break. Where's that bird? Here we are. Okay. Let's see if we can get one more glimpse of that varied thrush. So this is, yeah. So this is the varied thrush. It's a beautiful bird that you can see in North America. It's a very shy guy. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. We love the birds. Thank you. Learning is so fun. No worries, no worries. We're here to learn. Okay, so we're talking about variables. So let's say we have an online store program where we sell televisions. We got the televisions. We're writing up a little piece of software for the online store. So the program has two variables. There's TV price, which is the price of a television, and current total, which keeps track of the total price in the user's shopping cart. So the two variables are set to $199.99 and 0 respectively. However, if a TV is purchased, then the total price variable increases by a value equal to the TV price variable. So if we have TV price equals 199.99 and current total equals 0, and then we add current total equals current total plus TV price, and then we print current total, the output should be 199.99. Learn to name your variables, programmer. I guess current total, or maybe C total. Anyways, it is pretty verbose. Okay, so how to name variables? We're just gonna talk about this. So how do we name the variables? There's a few different rules that we should stick to when we're naming our variables. Oh, fictitious programmers, of course. Okay, so first, variable names should be as short as possible while still describing its values. I mean, I'm pretty guilty of writing overtly verbose variable names, but it shouldn't be A equals something or B equals something, because the variable name doesn't tell you what it is. So instead we could call this HF_slogan, we are the HackerFrogs. Okay, naming variables greater than creating an entirely new type. Naming variables is the hardest part. I mean, it's something you gotta get used to. So letters like A and X are sometimes okay variable names, but most of the time we need variable names to be descriptive. So, I mean, if we go back to this program, TV price equals 199.99. If we rename TV price to A and we change current total to B, then it's very hard to read what's going on. Well, I mean, it's not that hard, but the variable names should represent what they are meant to represent inside the program. Okay, so there's also a list of keywords used in Python which cannot be used as variable names. Otherwise, your program won't run. So you can't name variable names class or true, because these are keywords inside of Python. And if you try to name your variables this, you're going to have a very bad time. So class equals economics, this does not go, and true equals pineapple pizza is the best. Well, I mean, that's inflammatory in the first place. Okay, Aiden Hall, Aiden Hall. Listen. If you don't like what you're watching here, it's fine. We're going to be doing different stuff in about 30 minutes. So come back in 30 minutes and we'll be doing a different topic. Okay, Andrew says, your program should have no variables as they mutate. Your program should have no variables as they mutate. We should have functions and constants. That will allow pure functions in infinite laziness. From now on, I will name self as frog. Self as frog. Okay, SysOS says variables should be explicit, unique, and to the point. That is correct. Okay, so if we try to, I mean, there's a bunch of these different variable names, these keywords. So here's a short list of the keywords that could be mistakenly used as variable names. So words like and, assert, break, class, continue, else, except, false, finally, import, return, true, with. If you've done Python programming for a while, you get a sense for what these keywords are, and you know not to name your variables these things. Otherwise, you're just going to encounter errors. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Gary Sean. Thank you. And to Michael and Jack Krauser as well. They're similar in many other languages too. Yeah, so I mean, after you've been doing programming for a while, you're going to see that most of these keywords pop up over and over again across different languages. Okay, so to get around this restriction, we could prepend any name that we suspect could be a keyword with my underscore. So my class or my true. I mean, this is just as an example. In actual programs, maybe using my underscore something something isn't the best option. Okay, so let's find out what actually happens when you try to name variables after these keywords. So in Python over here, let's do true equals I am awesome. Okay, and then try printing this out. Print true. And this will give you an error. Okay, cannot assign to true. So true is a keyword that we can't mess around with. So if we wanted to class equals, I don't know, computer science or computer programming. So computer programming class, if we print this out, it's also not going to like this. Yeah, invalid syntax, because class is one of these keywords. I am invincible. True equals false. My first fork bomb. Okay, Andrew says, hoping a keyword pops up in another language is not how we code. Languages are engineered projects. They have blueprints. That's where you look. I mean, because even if, you know, we see similar keywords in other programming languages, the keywords don't always behave in the same way across programming languages. Yeah, so that's why you need to understand that the programming languages are different. Okay, let's I think we've got another quiz. No, we're talking about data types. So data types are, this is, if you're not a programmer, if you haven't dealt with a lot of coding stuff, this can get kind of confusing, but I'll try to go as slow as possible to explain this. So data types are attributes of data which tell the compiler or interpreter how to use the data. So we've actually dealt with a couple of different data types already. So the data types covered in this workshop are as follows. So you've got your strings. So strings are non-numerical characters, or a combination of numerical and non-numerical characters. For example, we got the name Mark Twain, we got password 123 like this, and the word caret. These are all considered strings in Python. So we've got so as opposed to strings, we also have integers. So integers are whole numbers. So numbers that are not accurate to decimal places. So we got 1, we got 255, we've got 1337, and those are integers. So another type of data we're going to be talking about today is floating point numbers, otherwise known as floats. So these are numbers that are accurate to several decimal places. For example, we got 0.5 or 12.758. These are called floats in Python. My password equals 1 equals 1. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're dealing with an SQL system, of course. Okay, so the reason why data types are important is because computers do not inherently know how to interpret data. So even if you have like a name, it doesn't know, if it doesn't know what type of data this is, then the computer will run into problems. So for example, if we've got a program which calculates the average of the school grades, this means that it adds all of the grades together and then divides the sum by the number of assignments. The program wouldn't work if it was given words instead of numbers for the grades. So in this program, the program is expecting numbers, and if we give it like the letter A or the letter B, it's not going to know what to do with those letters, because the program expects numbers. So because there are data types, we can have the program check that all the grades are numbers, and if there's a non-number in the input, we can inform the user that the program only accepts numbers for input and prompt the user to input another value. Problems execute my shellcode potato potato. Yep. Okay. So when we're trying to identify data types in Python, there's another function we can use, and that's the type function. So there's a handy function called type in Python that can be used to check what data a given object is. So we've got ID string, so this variable equals type of HackerFrogs. We've got ID int, which equals type of the number 1. And we've got ID float, which is the type of 3.14. If we print these all out, it'll tell us that the first one is a string, class string. The second one is a class integer. And the third one is a class float. Okay, so let's try this out ourselves. Thank you very much, Nixie CS, for subscribing on Twitch for 8 months in a row. Thank you very much, Nixie CS. Hey Cheyenne. Hello, Nixie CS. Okay, let's go back here. So if we've got any old variable, let's call this my favorite class, and we're going to call this computer programming. So this is a string, but if we wanted to check if this was a string, we could print out the type of class over here. So print the type of class. Oh, sorry, not class. My favorite class. Okay, so this is going to print out the result of this function type on the my favorite class variable. So it says class string. So this is, when we're dealing with Python, there are things that you can only do to strings and things you can only do to integers and things you can only do to floats. So this is why we need to understand what kind of data we're dealing with. Otherwise we could run into problems. Did Python not have classes at the beginning? I'm not too sure when they implemented classes into Python, but I mean, Python does have classes. Okay, so the input function, users type it in. So this is a fun function to learn how to use when we're creating our first programs in Python, because when we use the input function, the user can type in something into the program. So for example, if we run the input function with what is your favorite fruit, and then we print that out. So the variable here, favorite fruit, is going to equal input. What is your favorite fruit? So it's going to ask for the user for their input and then save it as the favorite fruit variable here. And then we print out the message, your favorite fruit is favorite fruit. Okay, this is starting to sound shady. I don't know what part of it could possibly sound shady. Anyways, let's give this a try. So if we go over to our online Python over here, and the reason why I'm using the website here is that everybody can use this website. So you don't need to have any fancy technology. You just need to be able to use the website. So let's just call this fav fruit equals input, and then inside the parentheses, that's the question we're going to ask. So the question we're going to ask is, what is your favorite fruit? Okay, and then we're going to print out a message. Your favorite fruit is plus fav underscore fruit, like this. So this is how we can incorporate some user input into the program. Love nerds. I mean, we're all nerdy over here, or at least we try to be. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Geek Script, thank you. And Enchiladas, nice to see you here. Okay, so if we run this program, it should ask us for input with this question, what is your favorite fruit? And it'll then save the input to favorite fruit, and then we're going to print out the message. So what is your favorite fruit? We type in, I don't know, kiwi. And then it types out the message, your favorite fruit is kiwi. Awesome, it works. The Real Geek Script, hello, nice to see you here. I don't speak French, unfortunately. So if we could do some English chat, that would be great. Thank you. Je ne parle pas français. Please parle anglais, s'il vous plaît. Oriobyte says, are you going to cover input with imports like argparse or other things? I mean, this is just like a crash course for Python basics. So I'm just trying to, over like the course of, I don't know, like 7 hours or so, we're trying to introduce all of the concepts in Python. It's kind of a big ask. Anyways, let's go back. So the last useful function we'll learn is the input function, which can turn user input into a variable. So this is a typical example of prompting user input and can be used to assign variables. So if we wanted to create a variable, we could use the input function here. And let's see, we also have a variables and types exercise. We're gonna skip this because it's not all that great, but we will do the quiz. I like your French. You seem to know a bit about it. Not really. I took a few years of French in high school, but that was over 2 decades ago. So what about the following? Which of the following about naming variables is true? So A, Python keywords should never be used as variable names. B, using single-letter variable names. Use single-letter variable names as much as possible. B. C. Variables that contain numbers should be named in uppercase letters, and variables with text should be named in lowercase letters. Or D. None of the above. So one of these is true. Hamza Belgazar says, what's a CTF? Okay, so the answer is A. Python keywords, for example, class, def, true, false, or none, should never be used as variable names. So what is a CTF? Hamza Belgazar, hello. Let me get you a video that talks all about that. I actually have a pretty popular YouTube short. That talks about CTF games, or capture the flag. Here you go. Okay, let's move on. So question 2. Which of the following is not a Python data type? So which is not a Python data type? Strings. Letters are combinations of letters and numbers that are encased in single or double quotes. B. Integers, whole numbers such as 1, 1337, 256. If put between quotes, they become strings. C. Floats, floating point numbers, numbers with decimal points, such as 0.0, 5.285, and 3.16. D. HackerFrogs, folks who like hacking and live streams. So which is not a Python data type? Definitely B, definitely C. Okay, the answer is D. HackerFrogs are not a Python data type, but these are the ones are. So strings, integers, and floats, these are data types. Okay, so before finishing today's workshop, let's learn how to run Python on picoctf. So picoctf is a platform we really like to use because it's got an interactive terminal we can use. So we're going to talk about how to use Python using a terminal. So let me grab that. Here. So what you want to do is you want to log into picoctf. If you don't have an account there, you can make one for free. So picoctf is over here. And they've actually have like a live CTF event coming up pretty soon, from March 9th to March 19th. So I'm going to be covering all the challenges from picoctf in April after the event is over. But yeah, anyways, log into picoctf, and then we're going to access this challenge. Okay, so this challenge is called runme.py. And AlphaBG, hey, thank you very much for the flag emojis, thank you. Okay, the real Geek Strip says, I'm new to the channel and I want to know if you play CTFs. Yeah, we do CTF content from time to time. We don't do any live CTF content because generally that's not allowed. Okay, so for this challenge here, what we need to do is we need to use a terminal, and we can use a terminal once we're logged in by clicking on this button over here. So it's at the right-hand side of the screen after you logged in. It's a button labeled Web Shell. So click on it. And then after your Web Shell opens, we want to put the Web Shell in full browser tab. So we can click on this button that's beside Help that's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So click on that. Yeah, it's not fair to cover live CTF stuff on live stream because it's kind of like yeah, it usually goes against the rules of the competition. Okay, so after you put the web shell in its own terminal over here, so this is a Linux web shell that you can use to solve challenges inside of PicoCTF. So we'll go back to the challenge. Oh, where'd it go? Let me grab the link one more time. Okay, so this is Thank you very much. I am the real guy FR for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. Thank you. Okay, Andrew says you aren't a real hacker unless you tell me how binary flows from your NIC and your CPU back out and all the programs affected on your machine. Give me a manifold graph. And thank you for Giancarlo for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so what's going on in this challenge? So for each one of these challenges, we have to read the description to figure out what's going on. So the description says, run the runme.py script to get the flag. Download the script with your browser or with wget in the web shell. So what we need to do is we need to download the Python script first. So we can highlight the file link over here, right click, and then do copy link. That's going to copy the file address or the file link for the challenge. Then we can go over to the web shell. And in the web shell, we can download this file using the wget command. So wget space, then right click, paste in the file address, and then hit enter. And that'll download the file. So remember, you need to leave a space between the wget. And thank you for redeeming Nyan Cat. I am the real guy. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we're playing hacker gatekeeping in chat right now. Let's just say that you're a hacker if you say you're a hacker. Thank you very much for subscribing, Ahmed Amin. Thank you. Okay, so after we've downloaded the script, if you do the ls command, you should see the runme.py script in here. So this is where we I wanted to just illustrate that Python isn't just a language. It has to exist in the file system somewhere, and we can run the Python programs by just using the Python command. So it's Python, just type in Python, then space, then the name of the program, runme.py. So this will run all of the instructions inside of runme.py or runme.python as a Python program. Hacker is so cringe. I mean, I don't think the term hacker is cringe. I think people have a very specific definition of the word hacker. A hacker is just a person who takes advantage of systems. It doesn't necessarily have to be a criminal. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person who's super skilled. It's just a person who takes advantage of unintended features of systems. Okay, so when we run the program, it gives us this message right here, and this is the this is what we need to submit to the challenge to finish it. This is called the flag. Alias Python 3 equals Python, so annoying. Sometimes you can type in the word Python, it's fine, and sometimes you need to type in the word Python 3, depending on which system you're running on. So if we wanted to take a look at what's inside of the runme.py file, we could use the cat command instead of Linux. So cat runme.py, and we see that this is a Python script. So this indicates that it's a Python 3 script up here, and there's a variable. So the variable is flag. Flag equals picoctf run sanity run, and then we print the flag. And this is all the program does. So from what we learned today, we should understand how the program's working. Hackers were originally people who were part of a train club from MIT. That's correct. Okay, SecLife0 says, will you be doing Python live streams, refreshers, or quizzes every now and then? So this particular course is going to be running for about 8 weeks. Not 8 weeks, 8 sessions. So something like 4 weeks. So we're going to be doing like a month where we do one of these Python workshops in the middle of the stream. Okay, so like I said, we should understand what's going on in the script from what we learned today. If you don't understand any part of this, let us know and we'll try to explain it as best we can. Okay, so Shazinkt says, do you watch UFC? I mean, sometimes I watch like highlights of UFC on like YouTube. I don't really keep close track of it. Let's see, Andrew says the Richard Stallman definition of hacker. Does he have a special one? Okay, and anyways, so the goal of these exercises is to get the value of the flag and submit it. So you can copy the value of the flag over here, then go back to the challenge, and then paste in the flag down here in the flag submission field. Okay, let's see. Real Geek Script says, I didn't know that. We have a tree type of hacker. 3 types of hackers, white, gray, and black hat. White hats, yeah. So I mean, white hat, black hat, and gray hat are more legal, legality kind of point of view, where white hat hackers don't break the law, and black hat and gray hat hackers do break the law. Okay, I think we might have one more exercise we can do before we finish the class today. So let's see. Oh, we only have one. So runme.py. I think we've got one last exercise over here as well. Just a second. Oh, okay. I guess we can end a little bit early. So let's review the programming concepts we learned in this workshop. So we wrote the Hello World program in Python, which is the first program students write for any programming language. We also learned about the print function, and we learned how to use the Python print function, which prints information to the console and is common to almost all programs written in Python. We learned about variables. So programming variables are named storage locations which hold specific values. They can be referenced multiple times in a program, and we can actually update the variables as well. So one thing I didn't really talk too much about is if we've got like a number, my number, or my total equals 0, and then we update my total equals 1337, and then we update my total equals my total plus 10 or plus 100. It doesn't matter. What do you think is going to print out to the console if we print out my total now? So print my total. So we're going to get a number. Is it going to be 0? Is it going to be 1337? Is it going to be something else? Okay, so it's going to be 1347 because it's 1337 plus 10. We've been updating the variable in a couple of different steps. Okay, anyways, let's continue. So we talked about data types. So data types include things like strings, which are non-numeric text, integers, which are whole numbers, and floats, which are numbers which can include numbers which include decimal places. So there are a few different types of data that are defined in Python, but for right now, we just need to know about strings and integers and floats. I mean, I didn't fall for the trap. Anyways, what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool programming workshop, we're going to continue learning Python with the learnpython.org website. I think we're going to stop using the learnpython.org website, but we're going to be talking about the following 3 things in the next workshop. So we're going to be talking about lists in Python. We're going to talk about what we can do with those lists in Python using methods. And we're going to be talking about basic arithmetic operations in Python. So stuff like addition, subtraction, multiplication, all that fun stuff. Okay, anyways, let's stop our timer, and then we will put 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll do topic number 4. Topic number 3 is done. Topic number 4 is here. Topic number 5 is on deck. Awesome, okay. SecLive0 says, will there be a red teaming exercise live stream someday? Red teaming exercise. I mean, we do touch on like offensive security concepts every once in a while, but like a full-blown red teaming exercise, I'm not too sure about that. Okay. The Turnip says, got to talk about exec. It's one of the Python features of all time. Yeah, that's true, but I mean, we're just trying to do like a Python basics crash course over here. Okay, we're done with this stuff over here, and we're doing HackSmarter now. Okay, so for our next exercise, we're going to be working with the HackSmarter platform over here. So HackSmarter is a platform created by a cybersecurity content creator called HackSmarter, and I think on YouTube his name is Tyler Blevins. Hold on, let me see if I can search him up. This guy right here, sorry, Tyler Ramsby is his name, not Tyler Blevins. Tyler Blevins is a different guy. But yeah, so Tyler Ramsby, HackSmarter, has a cybersecurity education platform. It's crazy that the Black Hat conference is just a bunch of, well, I mean, Black Hat is more of like a business kind of conference. Okay, but yeah, let's so we're going to be working on his platform over here, and let's see, we're going to be doing this module over here. It's called GitOops. I want to learn more about hacking Git. We did a little bit of Git hacking last time we did the live stream, and it was kind of frustrating, but we got there in the end. That's Ninja. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're talking about Tyler Ramsby, not the other guy. Okay, so if you want to do this same module and you have an account over at HackSmarter, this is a free module, so you don't need to have a subscription to try this out. I love hacking Git. Well, I mean, there's all sorts of fun secrets you can get from Git. Okay, we'll resume the course, and then we will launch the instance. So we're going to launch a lab that we can interact with, and there's going to be a VPN that we can download as well. So normally we're not able to access any of the machines on this network because they're in a private network. Where did the VPN thing go? Oh, click on connect. Yeah, so click on connect, and then where's the VPN? Systems. Here. Okay, so we can click on systems, and then we can download the VPN key. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Key versus world. Thank you. Okay, so we download the challenge lab GitOops OpenVPN key file, and then we can go over to here, and we can access the key. So it's in the downloads directory. Hold on, my music stopped. I need to keep my music playing. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so this is the key here. We're just going to move it into our VPN keys directory. So move this thing to VPN keys, and then enter the directory. So this is where I keep all of my VPN keys for these exercises here. We're going to access the key. Where is it? This one. Using OpenVPN. So this will create our connection to the private network. So you'll know that you have that you are connected if you have a new network interface. So we got ton 0, and we've got an IP address. So this probably means that we're connected to the network. Unreal DC, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so if we go back to the website here, it says that the GitOops machine that we need to compromise is at this IP address. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to go back, and we're going to try to ping the machine. So if you can ping the machine, that means you have connectivity. Okay? When 10 opens and it has an IP. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. So most VPN connections are going to use the ton interface. For example, this one has ton 0. That's the first interface, and we're connected. So the next thing we can do is we can scan the machine using Nmap. So we're just going to use Nmap to scan the machine, try to figure out which services it has open, and we're going to output the results of the Nmap command to a file called nmap.txt. Status 200. Okay, and how about you? OpenVPN and WireGuard use the ton B devices. Really? I've never seen ton B before. Okay, so let's take a look and see if it found anything. It found port 80, it found port 22, and it found port 443. So these are pretty standard ports for web servers. So we've got port 80, which is unencrypted web pages. We've got port 22, which is SSH, which is remote terminal access. And we've got port 443, which is encrypted web pages. So, ton number. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so, I mean, we have, there is a website for us to look at on this webpage. So let's check it out. It's a bit loud. Let me turn that down a bit. Okay, so we can go into our web browser. We can paste in the IP address. We can tack on an HTTP in front of it. Security risk ahead. So most web browsers don't like it when you... it redirected us to HTTPS. this is a different warning message. So this warning message is about a self-signed SSL certificate, which is used with HTTPS. Is Azure coming up? Yeah, it'll be in about 50 minutes. We'll start with the Azure cloud hacking stuff. Is it HTTPS always? I mean, we got redirected. So we can go to advanced and we can accept the risk and continue. So normally we wouldn't want to access web pages that have self-signed certificates, but this is a security exercise, so we don't need to worry too much about it. So accept risk and continue. It's Gitty again! It's Gitty again! Anyways. But Svetlana, thank you very much for coming by YouTube. Thank you. Okay, Unreal DC says, I created an EC2 based on Windows. EC2 based Windows, but is now able to connect to it through OpenVPN. What cloud could be the reason, although all the ports were opened at the time? Gitty is not that bad. I mean, we're talking about hacking stuff. Gitty, you know, by itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. If this is like the previous one, we could go over to Explore, and we see that there is a repository here. Before we move on, I just want to read the challenge description. We need to make sure that we read the entire description before we move forward. Okay, so HackSmarter has been retained to conduct a targeted penetration test against a critical asset within the client's internal network. The scope is limited to a specific high-value endpoint identified as the primary development server and any cloud assets identified on the host. Due to the sensitive nature of the intellectual property and proprietary source code likely resident on this machine, the client requires a comprehensive assessment of its security posture to prevent potential supply chain compromise. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Leandro Diaz, Thrull, or Thuli, and CB8897, thank you. And Michael Kosani says, Canada, good evening. Yep, it's certainly getting towards the evening over here. Okay, so initial access. You've been provided with a VPN access to their internal environment, but no other information. Note from Tyler, this lab was originally created for VMGoat, which is an open source project created by Andrew. If you'd like to learn more about the project. Okay, so let's enumerate the Gitty repository here. It's 4 a.m. here. Oh, you must be in Europe. Fady Badmus. And Riyadh Gamer, hello, nice to see you here again. What is up? Okay, so we got a repository we can look at. And so let's see. Public repository. Sure, click into it. So Git Corp, public repository. And we've got some TF files. Huh, what does TF stand for? If anybody knows what TF files are, let us know. Does this have to do with like configurations? Anyways, so the last time we did this, okay, we got a user named Alexis over here. So we should probably record this. Okay, let's see, clear this up. Echo Alexis to users.txt. So we just need to record these names that we could potentially use. It's a list on how to build boxes or machine with Terraform. Oh, okay, cool. It's Team Fortress, of course it is. Okay. Eastern Europe. Is it Eastern Europe? It's from HashiCorp. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. So the last time we did hacking against Git, we took a look at the commits. So we're just going to check out these commits to see if there's any secrets lying around inside. So the initial commit is here. Let's just start looking through this stuff to make sure that there is no secrets. So it looks like we're dealing with cloud hacking. There might be some cloud hacking components in here too. Funny. Okay, Terraform, HashiCorp. Okay, we're just gonna look through the data here to make sure that there's no passwords. Okay, the icon is also from Terraform. I don't think Terraform is that old. I mean, you can probably manipulate some of the data as well. Okay, so it looks like... Are they going to give us some AWS credentials and stuff in here? Huh. It's a pretty big file. So this is... Which file is this? TF state. So terraform.tfstate. You know what? I think we should... there's a... there's a JW... Is this a JWT? The state file is like everything combined. Okay, so this looks like a JWT. So I'm just going to copy this. And we're going to go over to our good friend jwt.io. And we're going to try decoding the token. Okay, so let's see. I mean, there's nothing... It doesn't seem like there's anything... Oh, you know what? This isn't a JWT, it's just base64 encoded information. Yeah. If this was a JWT, it would be there'd be some dots. So I mean we can decode this using our terminal here. So echo it out, pipe it into base64 decode. Although I don't... Yeah, there's nothing super shouting out to us that this is like Andrew, what are you talking about? Anyways, yeah, so this doesn't really point to anything good. A sequence reference, okay. Okay, when will you finally teach how to hack NASA? Maybe the last stream I do. Maybe the last stream I'll do will hack NASA, huh? Okay. The last stream before I get arrested, of course. Okay, we've got more base64 stuff. Let's plug this in as well. This is probably not anything too interesting either, but just for due diligence sake. Yeah. Okay. And thank you very much for Parham Farzam. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we're looking out for credentials. So passwords, we're looking for maybe potential usernames. Don't see any stuff here though. We have another private string. Okay, still not anything super interesting. Thank you very much for subscribing, the One True Pierce. Thank you. So maybe what we need to do is we need to keep track of what's been changed, because sometimes the stuff that is removed is sensitive information. So we'll go added TF. So let's see. AWS zone var.dns domain. Okay, and we'll just go through the files to make sure that there's nothing super. There's an update to AWS S3. Oh, S3. So that means we might be dealing with some cloud storage. So S3 buckets, Amazon S3 buckets. GitOops. Let's see. We got an IP address. So private IP equals this thing. So we might be able to use this later. We'll just add this to our notes. Okay. Reindeer Express, hello, nice to see you here. There might be a removal of secrets. I mean, we just need to pay attention. Can you mark variables in the TF files with sensitive? Are there any variables like that or something? I mean, we're just gonna go through. We're gonna go through all of the files that were committed, and make sure that there's nothing super sensitive here. So are these DNS records? So AWS key pair SSH key. I don't see like an actual value associated with this. So this is main. Were we just looking at settings? Yeah, we were just looking at settings. Variables. Okay. GitOops.local. I mean, we might want to add GitOops.local as the domain for this particular thing. Okay, that's kind of what you're doing right now. What are we doing? Looking for lost treasure. Have you cloned the repo and checked gitlog p yet? I mean, it's gonna appear in this on the web interface too, right? Move state to S3. Okay, so this stuff was removed. So this red stuff is all stuff that's. Did they just remove? They just removed everything. Yeah. Okay. You can move. Update backend to S3. So let's see. Bucket equals. Okay, here's our AWS information. Copy DNS records to your notes. I mean, we may or may not need to, but yeah. I mean, we've got AWS credentials here. So bucket is GitOops. Key is, let's see, Git corp terraform tf state. Region is this. So, I mean, usually we're able to path terraform tf state. What would we plug this onto? It was like gitoops.local, right? So the domain for this machine. Okay, I see one for another HackSmarter machine. So it's like called gitoops.local, and we need to grab the IP address. Okay, our IP address is this one. Okay, so we'll just save this out. Okay, Brian Omimo says, provide us with a list of what to do to get into the field. Tired of being a script kiddie. Yeah, I mean, you can check out this website here, get into cyber. Okay, so let's copy off all of the credentials here. So bucket, key, region. So this was like settings.tf. Just plug it in here. So the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to access this bucket. Were there any other files that we could look at? So this is this the last commit? This is the last commit. So there's only 8 of them. 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, we also see there's a branch. Updated backend. Yeah, okay, great. So there's only one branch. This is not exactly the same way we hacked Git in the previous session, but that's fine. There's 3 people watching this repository. Who are they? There's Git, Atlantis, and Alexis. So if we take a look at these users, is there any extra info here? Nope. Okay, what about this other user? This user doesn't exist, or they've privated their thing. We previously hacked the CI/CD pipeline, not the Git repo itself. I mean, in this case, the Git repo is exposing credentials, right? That we can use for AWS. I haven't done AWS in a couple of months. AWS CLI? Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can do a little bit of web app enumeration. So we'll go over here. GitOops.local. Let's run some derb on this. It's not super fast. Nothing's coming back as well. I mean, we know for a fact that the page is hosting the Git app. GoBuster FFUF. I guess, yeah, we could. I usually do my first pass in derb because we didn't find anything. Okay, let's try GoBuster instead. So we're on GoBuster. Oh, you know what? One thing I do want to try is I want to try using the curl command to see if this is actually redirecting us. Is this window Linux? Yeah, we're using Linux right now. Curl verbose GitOops.local. This is moved permanently. Okay, so this is going to redirect us to... This redirects us to the HTTPS page. Yeah, it does. The good thing is that there's nothing super weird hiding in the response. What is the 308 response? AlphaBG says, curl not being installed by default on some Linux machines makes me feel real pain. I mean, sometimes they strip it out of Docker containers. Okay, let's go back to GoBuster. So the thing about GoBuster is that I think it really doesn't like self-signed certificates unless you give it a specific flag. I think it's... Okay, let me just look this up real quick. GoBuster self-signed SSL cert flag. Okay, -K. So we just need to run GoBuster with -K. How about Nikto? I mean, we could use Nikto. Most of the time, Nikto is not really all that useful, but sometimes with really old, with very old servers, it turns out some good stuff. So we found a sitemap.xml. We found another sitemap.xml in the other Git application, and this might be like a pattern. So on Git applications, there are going to be sitemap.xml files. Okay, explore user sitemap. This is almost exactly what we saw the last time. Okay, let's try copying this. Okay, GitOops.local Alexis and Git. So Alexis is the name of the developer, I think. Yeah. Okay. So they're not actually associated with any repositories. I mean, Issues. Issues gets redirected to user login. Okay. Any other sitemaps? I mean, I'm pretty sure it goes around in a circle. So there was like user sitemap. Where is it? Here, and it points to Alexis and Git, and that's the only one. So these are both users. Yeah. So in the first one, on the first XML file, it just shows us this over here, which is another XML that lists out those users. We found V2. V2 is, what was this? Is this not authorized? 401 is not authorized, right? Let's double check. Unauthorized, right? Okay. One is closed, the other one goes to the stuff. 2 sitemaps, you should click on the plus symbol in the sitemap. Authentication needed. XML, there was a plus symbol? Sitemap. So repos, okay. So there's a repos one, and then there's a users one. It's a good eye, I didn't catch that. Yeah, so this just points to the repository that we're looking at. So Git Corp public. How do you balance between jobs and pentest streaming? Well, you don't. Okay, so this is all the stuff. Just the one, could have had a hidden one. I mean, there's definitely not going to be a robots.txt file here, is there? Yeah, doesn't exist. Great. Okay, so I think what we can do is we can check out whether or not this... I mean, we're not going to be able to directly access this from anywhere. This is a S3 bucket. So the S3 bucket, what is the format again? What are we talking about? Oh, XML is, I mean, XML is just a file format. And usually you can get like a list of the website map from a file called sitemap.xml. Okay, so it's S3, GitOops. Let's... I've done... Ah, man, it's been a while. Okay, let's go to GitHub. I wrote some notes on how to do AWS hacking. Did I put it in here? Cloud hacking. Cloud hacking AWS notes. Okay, so we got setup, we got starting enumeration, S3 buckets. So here, S3 buckets, enumerate bucket ACLs, get bucket ACL, -- bucket bucket name. But we need a working set of credentials first, or do we? Am I looking for a job? I mean, I'm trying to do content creation over here. But what? We need to check the current bucket contents first. Enumerate bucket contents without credentials. Enumerate bucket ACL access control lists. So AWS, does content creation pay? Once you get big enough, yeah. Okay, so I mean, this probably isn't going to work because we're not using the correct credentials. I guess we could go back in and we could see if we could find some credentials lying around. Datus, hello, nice to see you here. So bucket is this. Access denied. Access denied. Get bucket ACL access denied. I mean, were we able to access this thing in general? So we're given a key and a region, but there's three things that we need, right? We need a key, and also we need a region. We also need like a secret key. So we should look back on it. No worries, no worries. Sometimes the YouTube chat is busier, sometimes the Twitch chat is busier. It's fine. Wherever it is. Okay, let's go back. So AWS, cloud hacking, AWS, setup. So configuring the account. So we need an AWS key ID. We need a secret access key. We need a default region name. And these are the questions they're going to ask us. You can encode the key with both sometimes. Okay, let's go back to the repository. I guess what we can do is we can clone the repository, and then after we clone the repository, we can just search through it. So we'll go over to public, and then we can take a look at the, what was it? Like the, do we need to be logged in? So was it like code? Here. Okay. So I'm just gonna git clone this. Git clone this thing. Unable to access HTTPS SSL certificate verification field. Oh. Okay, so I need to figure out how to do git clone with a self-signed certificate. Git clone self-signed. Okay, to perform a git clone with the self-signed certificate, you can either configure git to trust certificate or disable SSL verification. Okay, so how do we disable SSL verification? Can we do it just for one clone? Configure git to trust certificate. So we need to add the certificate to git CA store. Or use the operating system certificate store. This is for Windows. Use SSH to access your Git server. Quick and insecure workaround, disable SSL verification. I mean, don't use the global flag. You gotta set the variable git SSL no verify equal true. Where's the configuration file though? So for a single clone command, you can do git ch. Okay. So we're just going to do it for this one command, right? Yeah. So for a single command, this should be fine. Okay. So we got it now. Thank you very much, A. That's some username, A. Thank you very much for subscribing. And Lexter Live, thank you for the follow on Twitch. These get uploaded to YouTube? Yeah, I mean, we're currently live streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, so. Okay, so let's see. So the public repository here, we just need to look for certain settings. So grep recursive current directory for, what are we looking for? So it usually starts with the string AKIA. So something like this. We'll just search for that string. Nope. Let's search for something. Okay, so AWS does come back. So we just need to find the right stuff. You ever played Cyberpunk? I've seen people play Cyberpunk. I don't think my computer is quite nice enough to be able to run that game though. Okay, so what are we looking for? So AWS access key, AWS secret access key. I mean, we can just look for these strings, access, plug it in. Nope. There is a reference to an access key though. So public key equals TLS private key access key. I mean, this isn't necessarily for the AWS account. The other stuff we're looking for is stuff like the secret access key. So nope, we couldn't find any secret stuff. That's, or is it dash capital I? Nope, no secret stuff. Okay, default region name. We have a default region name. So, I mean, we've got the bucket. How do we access the bucket? Hidden file? Are there? We clone the repository. Okay, there's .git here. Git log -p. Okay, so we got, let's see, Alexis at githoops.local. Let's just take a quick look at this stuff to see if there's anything that that jumps out at us. We've got all this stuff. We found this before. So they deleted everything. Can we get the star.tf state file? Yeah, let me just do a quick look through this stuff real quick. So this tf state file was, this tf state file didn't get cloned. But it was, I think it was like the first command. So we go back to the commits. The Terraform state file was over here. I mean, I can put this in a, can I select all? I mean, I can put this in a, like, what is it called? A paste bin for you if you like. Can we download that file? It wasn't part of the repository. Okay, new paste. I'll try making the paste here. Are we human? I guess we gotta prove we're human. Okay, let me share this with the chat. Okay, already access to terraform.tf state. No worries. Well, we can look through this stuff ourselves and look for. You know what the great thing is about challenges that you're not able to finish is that challenges you're not able to finish are a great opportunity to learn something. And Kai Annie, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, we've got some ARNs, we got some CIDR blocks, we have some IP addresses. You know, maybe this note right here, where was it? This lab was created for VMGoat, which is an open source project created by Andrew. If you wanted to know more about his project, you could check out the GitHub repo. So there might be something in the GitHub repo that we need to get. So, I mean, this is... Okay, they don't really care. Hello, nice to see you here. I don't do tech support stuff. I'm sorry, but I wish you all the luck fixing up your backend with Firebase. I think the useful key is the one named private. Okay, so hold on. So there is something called private. Okay, so TLS private key. We've got yeah, I mean this could be something because we've got an IP address and we've got something that could be used. TLS private key. So this is in main.tf. Let's just try looking at it. And thank you very much, Klondike Hex, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so we got a TLS private key. I mean, this isn't anything we can... Maybe we need to know something about AWS SSH keys, because there is SSH available on the machine. Hold on, let's go back. So we found that there is an Oh wait, there was another SSH port open on port 2222. Huh. This is kind of funny. So we got port 443, port 80, port 22, but there's another SSH port open on 2222. Okay, so SSH, I don't know, Alexis at GitOops.local, port 2222. Permission denied, public key. Okay, so I think Alexis needs to use a public key to log in with on this port. So RSA fingerprint is this, but there's a but we didn't see any public keys or any private keys for that matter. So let's look for stuff. So mentions of a key, main.tf. So there's also the EC2. Okay, everybody, I gotta start up my music again, and then we can continue. This is only gonna... If you think I'm lost now, when I start doing my my Azure cloud hacking stuff, I'm gonna be even more lost because I've never really looked at Windows cloud hacking stuff. But you know what? That's what the walkthrough is for. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Vikas Kota. Thank you. Can you check the private key in Terraform TF state? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so TF state is over here. Key. We're looking for private. Okay, how many matches? We got 9 matches for private. So we have a few different entries for private, but these aren't really keys. We tried decoding these, and, well, we couldn't make too much sense out of them. Can you check for the private key in... Yeah, I just read that. Okay, so private. Yeah, this is gonna be such a good learning opportunity for me later. I thought this was gonna be more CI/CD shenanigans, but turns out it's not the case. You know, when in doubt, maybe we should pass this over to the AI and maybe it can help us make sense of this. Because cat star. So if we just cat star and pass all of this over to the AI, maybe it can help us find a way in. Okay, let's give it a shot. So let's do perplexity. Okay, we want to enumerate this data for a potential way into the cloud infrastructure of this app. Is there anything here that can help us? Paste it in. Okay, the famous team. Are those hashes RSA encrypted? They should be. Okay, this Terraform gives you several useful footholds and misconfigurations you can abuse, especially in the GitOops VM goat context. So high-value findings, publicly exposed management services. Security group allows HTTP, HTTPS, and SSH from, okay, so all interfaces to the GitOops CT EC2 instance. This means that anyone on the internet can hit the web app and brute force or exploit SSH if they learn or guess the key or credentials. Public DNS and static IP. A Route 53 A record points out that the public zone apex to the EC2 and public IP. This gives you a stable discoverable hostname to attack in the THM room. Okay. Exposed state, backend bucket name. Hey Dark, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So AWS S3 bucket name, no sign request. I'll give that a try. Sysos Master, yeah, sure. So the bucket name, hold on. Okay, bucket name is here. What is this output? Pre-Git Corp. So we did S3 LS. So there's a directory called gitcorp. Okay, so /gitcorp. And then there is terraform tf state. There's a file in here. So we need to download this. So there's like S3CP. So gitcorp terraform tf state. Yeah, cat that file or download it. Let's see if we can download this thing. So there was there's like a certain syntax to this. AWS CP syntax. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, so the basic syntax for AWS S3CP is AWS S3CP source destination. The source and destination can be a local file path and S3 object. Okay, so we just want to copy it to our local directory. So just like dot forbidden. Can we do no sign request on top of this? And we downloaded it. Okay, great. We need the no sign request. Yeah. Okay, so we've run out of time here. I'm gonna keep on going at this for another, I don't know, let's do another 15 minutes. If we're not able to do anything significant in 15 minutes, then we'll move on to the last portion of today's stream. Okay, so we downloaded another file, and maybe there's credentials in here. There's credentials in here. Okay, so is this there are credentials in here. So should we just copy all this stuff? Okay, so begin public key, end public key. So we're not interested in the public, well, there's a private key as well, so we should grab the private keys. So there are like 2 private keys, 3? Yeah. So begin SSH, open SSH private key. There's like 3 of them. Let me just make sure that there's only 3 of them. This is a public key. We're more interested in the private keys. Dedicated. Well, I mean, I've got help. I don't know. I'm not too sure if I would have gotten to this on my own, but it's good to have good people in chat. Okay, so we'll copy this private key. So end SSH private key, and then we'll grab the second private key and then the third private key. So we'll just call this like key 1. Key 1 dot private or something. Okay, I'm not too sure if this format is going to be okay. Usually, I mean, the format shouldn't make too much of a difference. Anyways, we'll save it out. Okay, so we'll grab the second key. So there are 3 private keys. This is a public key, right? Yeah, it's a public key. Okay, we'll grab the second private key. And then we can grab the third private key. Okay, let's say the new line is a problem. Echo those with the snippet to restore them. Echo those with echo E. Oh, the format is actually a problem? That's kind of a pain in the butt. Ah, okay. All right, we'll write this out to private2.key. Key 1 private. Hold on. Let's get the first one. Yeah, okay. And then we will key 1.private, private 1.key. Okay. And then let's get the third one. So the last key is, these are public keys. Okay, so this is the last. Let me just make sure that there are 3 keys. So this is key. There's a key. There's a key. Okay, so it does look like 3 private keys. Let's copy the last one. Okay. Echo it out. And then private 3.key. Private 1.key, private 2.key, private 3.key. Let's make these all, give these all the correct file permissions. Because if they don't have the correct file permissions, we can't use them for SSH. Okay, and now we can try these one by one. I teach tech. IT tech. Hello, nice to see you here. Michael, 24K. What is 24K? At least SSH complains about them. Does it? Okay, so we got the private keys. We'll try. It's been a while since I've joined. I'm glad to see you're still doing your thing. We have a username from the website. So it's Alexis, right? SSH. Alexis. We'll just do this from the remote access tab over here. SSH Alexis at GitOops.local. Port 2222. Was it -I for the key? Oh, okay, lowercase I. Private 1.key. Permission denied, public key. Okay, so that's private 1, private 2, private 3, and we'll try the regular SSH port. And we're in. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. We got in. Awesome. Anyways, let's call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into the system. Jeez. Sudo L? Yeah, let's do that real quick. Nope, we don't have the password for this user, so we can't sudo L. Okay. I guess we kind of got one flag for the system, so we can. Yeah, we got flag.txt. So I guess we can spam this as well. So what was it? The shy 31 flag. So if you're subscribed, you can use this emote. It is a fun frog waving a flag. What's the first step to learn hacking? Yeah, I've got a website that talks about that. Okay. Anyways, let's call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in. All right.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. GitOops Administrator, it seems like you enjoy leaving secrets on your Git repository. That is a big mistake. We were able to locate your S3 bucket and then grab files out of it. From there, we were able to locate SSH private keys. And then we were able to use those to log into your system. Maybe you knew about the security flaws on your application, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, so we managed to get in. We managed to use the SSH keys, the leaked S3 buckets, all that good stuff. And yeah, well, thank you very much for the subscriptions, Doug W and Croconaldo and Rousseau and Vleet7. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I think there was a private key above as well. Private key. I mean, we managed to get into the system by... let's see, there's an SSH directory in here. That's funny. Well, I mean, okay, that's not funny. That's normal. Because... Okay, so, I mean, there's our SSH key that we can have access to. There's the authorized key. So authorized keys... It doesn't say who this belongs to, but these are the public keys, right? This would be the copy of the public key. Is the key encrypted? I don't think... Well, I mean... No, I don't think so. If the key was encrypted, it would have asked us for a passphrase, right? Or are you talking about something else? The IDRC key didn't have a passphrase associated with it. The other thing we could do is we could try to figure out if there are other users, because we found more than one key. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Aiden Hall, thank you. Okay, when you stay with the TLS 1.3 with HTTP3. And thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Saitama GM, thank you. Okay, let's take a look at the users on the system. Okay, there's Alexis, there's Git, and there's Ubuntu. And there's also EC2 Instance Connect. Maybe this user has root access through SSH in its key. So who are the normal users on the system? So the normal users are usually going to have like a bash shell. So root has a bash shell, Ubuntu is a bash shell, Alexis is a bash shell. Git doesn't have a shell. I mean, we know that the application is sitting around on... It's usually probably going to be in the var www.html directory. Oh, okay, that's funny. So this is just like your Nginx default page. Git is a service user. Yeah. So that's why they don't have a legitimate shell. So there's optional software in the op directory called Atlantis. What is this? What are we doing? We're trying to compromise this server. We just got initial access to it. We need to elevate our privileges. Cat repo. This looks kind of like... the Git stuff we saw in the previous session. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Ezekiel G. Thank you. So plugin cache, repo, YAML, extra args. I mean, usually when there's optional software, the optional software is usually the privilege escalation vector. Let's see if there's anything associated with this. So there's nothing called it at Atlantis. Is that Atlantis? I mean, it seems like it's some sort of plugin. Because we got plugin cache over here. Registry.terraform.io. That looks kind of weird. HashiCorp, okay. Git Atlantis. There should be some EC2 security credentials somewhere, I think. Oh, is this? Huh. AWS external HTTP local null random. So AWS. Something tells me that I'm not really looking for this stuff in here. So let's see. Git Atlantis. This is the local copy of the Terraform repo. The local copy. Ashton Volt, hello, nice to see you here. 7 a.m. from India. Namaste to all of my Indian brothers. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we'll do another 15 minutes, and if we don't get anywhere within this 15 minutes, then we're gonna have to switch to the next topic. Okay, plugin cache. What's in the top level directory? Looks pretty... vars.env. Bucket name. Okay, we got our bucket name. Wait, is this the same bucket name? Let me compare this. Have you tried running linps on the machine? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, let's compare the bucket names. We found this in... Bucket name was in... what was it? Settings.tf. So this is the same bucket name. So we don't have a new bucket to enumerate. Okay, that's good to know. Are you 36 years old? You're 10 years too young. I'm 46 years old. Okay, let's go back. So I wonder if there's anything else in the environment variables we can use. It doesn't look like it. Home Alexis, log name. Does TF state have any secrets in it? I mean, I think the secrets we were supposed to get out of it were the SSH private keys, but there might be more. There might be more sticking around there. Let's see. I suspect Atlantis is a source of some candy, the secrets, that we can use on Git. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Tim Tenhueco. Thank you. Let me know if that's how you pronounce that name. Thank you very much. So terminal, SSH connection. Oh, you know what? We had like another IP address. I think we found yeah. So let's see. How do we take a look at the interfaces. So IPA. So this is the 10.1.156.67. Okay, and Atlantis has this on their website. Atlantis Terraform pull request automation. Action and Vault, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let me take a look at the other file. So there's like an IP address in there, right? Cat Terraform TF state. Let's grep out the IP. Okay. There is like an IP address in there somewhere. Am I? Yeah, private. Okay, this is DNS. Private IP. So we got a private IP over here. Can we ping this? No, we can't ping this. Dump it into CyberChef and harvest the IPs. Java Jenkins, hello, nice to see you here. Sorry, it's about when I joined. What are we talking about? You got OpenSSH private keys. Yeah, I just need to... So we can... is there netstat? No, there's no netstat. SS. So we need to look for something that is listening. So grep out listen. Nope, nothing listening here. Maybe we should be looking for... Maybe we should try to, scan this using linps. Unless there's something super obvious I'm not getting in the home directory. SSH is port forwarded. Got profile, bash logout, cache, over flag, profile. So let's see. So we're not part of any special groups. We're just part of the Alexis group. The Atlantis app must be there for a reason, right? Okay, let's go back. So get Atlantis. Okay, so this is Terraform pull request automation. So is this what you're looking at, SysOS? So what is Atlantis? Was it do? So a self-hosted Golang application that listens for Terraform pull request events via webhooks. Not the repo. Okay. So it runs Terraform plan, import, apply remotely, and comments back on the pull request with the output. So there's a configuration. See, Bunny, why are you confessing that? Yeah, I mean, be whatever you want to be. Okay, let's see. Do you have any advice for where to start learning? Yeah. Get into cyber. Give this a shot. Okay, I mean, we could start looking around for the configuration files over here, but where would we look? Find the Atlantis on the box. I mean, what we could do is we could look for one of these common files. So, for example, maybe test drive. So we'll look for a directory called test drive. Find name test drive. No. Yeah. So look for a directory called test drive. Okay. Or are you? What are you nerds doing? We're doing some hacking, or at least we're trying to. We're working on a little module over here on the HackSmarter website. Everything here is free. Okay, so we weren't able to find anything really. So either it doesn't exist, there's nothing in the website, in the website directory. So the application probably, well, it's either living like in the cloud or somewhere else. PSA, PS, yeah. Now how do we find all of the running processes again? It's been a while since I had to use it. Hold on. PS all processes. PSAUX. Okay. PSAUX. Thank you very much, guys. You helped me with my tech class with the Pico CTF mini thing. Thank you. No worries, Sunny C Money Prod. What is the flag.txt? So the flag.txt is a little token that you can submit to the website. Or the, what was it? This website here. HackSmarter, to prove that you got a certain level of access to the system. Okay, so we're looking for suspicious processes. Git local user local bin git web config etc git. Okay, so we've located where the git binary is. It's being run by git, of course. That makes sense. The configuration is an etc git. User local bin Atlantis. Where is it? Let's just grep for it then. Here it is. So user local bin Atlantis. So let's take a look at that directory. Oh, http atlantis.getoops.local. Can we access it from here? Token. Where's that token? Git token. Git web webhook secret. Oh no. Well, I'll know for them. Okay. Well, I mean, hold on. Can we curl this from here? Moved permanently. So I wonder if this is accessible from the outside. So I'd like to be able to take a look at this on the web browser. So I'm just going to try adding this to our etc host file. Aiden, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so sudo nano etc hosts. Okay, so GitOops local and atlantis.getoops.local. Okay, and then we'll try to access it from the outside. Okay, so this redirects us to the HTTPS page, and then we need to accept the risk and continue. Ah, okay. So we do have access to this. And we've got a version number, but, well, we can search for whether or not there's some sort of exploit associated with it. Atlantis, this version, exploit. Okay, well. Oh, you know what else we could do? We could take a look at the GitHub page. So the GitHub page might have some security issues. We have the secrets and the token for the Git API. Okay, let's. You're right. Hold on. Okay, let's just copy. Let's just copy this whole thing. So we managed to find something. So I guess we're gonna keep on doing this topic for another 15 minutes. So if we really get stuck, then we maybe the API holds some hidden info. Okay, let's just copy this for right now. That's not how you spell. Oh, that is how you spell Atlantis. Okay, so we can get rid of the information that we don't need to pay much attention to. So the Atlantis URL, we know this stuff. Git base URL is, yeah, here. Git user Atlantis. Okay, so Atlantis is the name of the Git user. Okay, Reindeer Express says, can anybody help me out with the CTF? Found a SSH private SSH key. Want to crack it with John using SSH2 John file key file hash. But I get the error. Couldn't parse key file. I mean, what was the original file called? Is it called like ID RSA, ID underscore RSA, or something different? Cybersecurity looks cool with fancy text, but in actuality, it's just GitHub. Well, I mean, parts of it is GitHub. Parts of it is not. So let's see. GitHub, Git webhook secret, Git page size. I mean, I don't know if we're going to need all of this stuff. Repo config opt Atlantis repo.yaml. Okay, so I'm guessing that if we have this Git token, that we can get access to this thing. All the security tools are on GitHub. Repo config. Oh, you know, we found the Atlantis user earlier. So if we go back to the if we go back to this part, I wonder if there's anything we can enumerate here. Disable apply commands. Yeah, we found the user over here. Oh, we only found Alexis. I thought we found like another user though. You can pull the Atlantis binary from GitHub and try the same command. We can also, I don't know if registering for the system actually does anything. Okay, so users, organizations, and repositories. There's just one here, the public repository. So Git user. So the API. Okay, so we go back to the what's happening here. We're just trying to figure out how to get so the repo config is opt, the directory is public. Yeah, I mean we saw it before. We saw it before. Let's take a closer look. Oh, here. So isn't the opt directory? So it looks like there's plugin directory, plugin cache, yeah. If we can get in the middle of this workflow, maybe we can, oh, can we edit this file? No, it's a root-owned file. It's owned by root. We can't edit this. If we could edit this file, it'd be, well, it'd be nice. We might be able to get it to do some stuff. It's nice to see someone go on live on computer science topics and not just playing games. I mean, we play games every once in a while. Git, yeah, Git might be able to. I mean, can we actually get access as this user? If we've got the Git token, can we turn this into a session? Then we got the Git webhook secret. How do we combine this with like either API access? To the API, yes. So would we need to include this in our requests? Not to the website itself. Okay. So I mean, I've never really done this before. I think V2 or it's V2. That's the API endpoint for this thing. So it's like V2. Yeah, unauthorized. So scan the OS for hidden directories. Check the Git API. On the page there was an API link. Ah, okay. API Swagger. So this is documentation for the Git API. So I mean, I mean, which API would we want to... Which API action would we want to do? Finally, somebody is streaming about hacking. Yeah, there's not very many people doing live streaming for hacking on YouTube. Okay, repository. I'd go for first something... Yeah, GitHub is safe. Well, I mean, depends on how you configure it, I suppose. I wonder which API action we should be investigating, because we... Oh, you know what? Maybe we can ask our good friend the AI about this. Okay. So we want to use the Git API to do some... Actually, we want to use the API to either get access as a user or run arbitrary code. If we have this data, can we do that? Bam. Reverse engineering. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, just don't clone some random BS and know what you do. Okay, the Atlantis configuration leak is a goldmine. The Git token gives you authenticated access to the Git API as the Atlantis service account, and you can abuse it for repo access and code execution via Terraform. We can do code execution via Terraform? Okay, so the Git token is for Atlantis service. Okay, so we can do read-write, repository read-write, repo allow lists, can interact with its exact private repo. Webhook secret confirms the webhook integration for PR events. User access via Git API. You can immediately impersonate Atlantis with curl. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay, so we'll try doing it over. We'll just save this out first. Curl failed to verify the legitimacy of the server and therefore could not. Okay, so it doesn't like the self-sign stuff. So I think it's like -K, right? Okay. So we do have access to the API. Disable the cert check. That's just what we just did. History and stories. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So yeah, so we do have access to the API as this Atlantis user. So how do we turn this into RCE? How do we turn this into RCE? Okay, this gives you access, Atlantis user access, no brute force needed. Arbitrary code execution. Terraform via Atlantis. Use the token to create and fork a PR in the allow listed repo, injecting malicious Terraform that Atlantis auto-applies on merge. Use the token to create a fork or direct PR pull request to GitHub private via the GitHub API. The second command. So the second command that suggested was what? Authorization token, and we're doing repos private. Oh. Are you talking about this one? It's amazing computers have to use constant electricity. I mean, we've got a lot of... Okay. Oh, sorry. We need to add the -k to this. Page not found. Okay, so GitHub private. Page not found. So this is checking the repo to see if it exists. Git corp private. Hold on. Where do we put that information? Atlantis info. Yeah, okay. So GitOops.local git corp private. So this doesn't... Does this not exist? Yeah, so we got page not found here. I mean, we were looking at, like, API v2. It's same thing. Same thing when we use v2. So v1 user... Oh. That's funny. It's funny. Well, anyways. I guess we're using the v1. Can we add an SSH key to the user or set its password? Thank you for following on Twitch. You're cool, Uncle Phil. Awesome. It parses the URL the wrong way. Could a period happen after the slash in the URL? Okay. So what do we... Can there be a period after the slash? So, GitOops.local. I mean, can we wrap this in quotes? No. What is the background sound we're using? It's music from a game called Dungeon of the Endless. It's like a sci-fi tower defense game. It's got some really nice music. So GitOops local. GitOops.local git corp private. Maybe we should just use git corp private. Okay, that was it. Okay. So, yeah, we got access to the private repository here. We just need to parse this information. We also have an SSH URL. Use JQ. JQ, do I have it installed? I do have it installed. So we could pipe this into JQ. Yeah, okay. Awesome, this looks much nicer now. Avatar URLs, okay, sure. We have an SSH URL as well. So SSH git at gitoops.local 2222 git corp private git. Oh, interesting. Should we try one of these? Wait, maybe we can try this with Would we use this with the SSH program, or would we do this through Atlantis or something else? Owner is root. The owner of So private, Git core private repository. The private key that we got. The owner is root. Can we confirm this? We could, with SSH, we could just use the domain, user domain and port with the key. So would we just specify the this portion? So port 2222 on GitOops.local and the git user? Or would we use some other user? Look at the top user. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to spell it out for me. I'm not too sure what I'm looking for. Anyways, let me update my music. Okay, we'll play some more music from more chill space music. How about this? So that's for the git user, maybe? Well, I mean, we could give it a try. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll call this we're still looking here, huh? Okay. Other SSH and SSH git at git user is always the same user regardless of who the key owner is. So GitOops dot local port 2222 I key, what do we call these things? Private 1 dot key, private 2 dot key, that kind of stuff. Okay, hi there Alexis. Oh, we got a message. You successfully authenticated with the key named Alexis, but Git does not provide shell access. If this is unexpected, please log in with the password and set up Git under another user. Okay, so it doesn't want to give us shell access. Yeah. So we got 3 keys. They all don't give us shell access. Okay. Is it a dead end? I don't think so. But we definitely can't use we can't get access as the Git user. But you successfully authenticated with the key named Alexis. Git does not provide shell access. Why does it say hi there Alexis? It's probably, yeah, it's probably like a custom message. And maybe they plug in like the name of the user that created the process or something. I'm not sure. Try it with another username. So can we try it with Alexis? I'm pretty sure I've tried Alexis or Atlantis. Okay, so it doesn't like Atlantis. Private 1, no. Private 2, yeah. Okay. So Atlantis, port 22, maybe. I just want to try. So we tried Git, we tried Alexis. Now we'll try Atlantis with regular port 22. Okay. Port private key 1, private key 2, private key 3. No, it doesn't like this. How about Git? Okay. Password? I mean, we don't have any passwords for these. What were we looking at? We were looking at So we managed to get access to the private repo. Dynev says, I think failed to ban would have banned us for trying so much if this was a real machine. I think failed to ban would have banned us already. I think so too. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could go back to the AI and see if it has any other ideas about getting remote code execution. You can immediately impersonate Atlantis. Okay, we did this. This gives you Atlantis user access. Arbitrary code execution, Terraform by Atlantis. Use the token to create a fork or direct PR to Git Corp private by the Git API. Okay, so push malicious Terraform to the PR branch. Add the IAM admin user backdoor EC2, etc. Comment Atlantis plan on pull request. Atlantis runs Terraform plan in post output. Okay, so alternative RCE path. So Git hooks RCE. If Atlantis can create repos. And Thiru Morthi, hello, nice to see you here from India. Namaste to you. Okay, hopefully one of us knows how to write malicious Terraform HCL code. Yeah, if only, huh? We can get the repo contents from the API. Can we just pull all the repo contents? Okay, Adfau says in Australia they need an 18 plus identification photo card to access. Oh wow, they've got some real think of the children stuff going on in Australia, huh? Okay, immediate access. Test the token. Okay, clone the repo. Oh, we can. Okay. So let's try this to clone the repo. So do you have the GitOops local domain resolving? And have you tested this token yet? So how do we pull the entire repo via the API? Okay, the token works, and we can access the private repo. What is the syntax to pull the entire repo via the API commands? Just use the clone command there. It will be easier. Okay, you can download the entire private repo as a zip via the Git API archive endpoint. No git clone needed. Okay, so zip is in one command. Okay, so we'll try running this, but we should probably pay attention to what's going on in this command first. So this is curl redirect git corp private master zip. Oh, okay. We're creating an out file called git corp private master zip, and we're taking in this. Okay, so we know that we need to get rid of this portion to get it working. Oh, gotta add the K, the special K. Okay, so we did it. We managed to pull the repo. So I'm hoping that there's some sort of credentials in here. Let's put this in a separate directory. We'll call it private repo, and we'll move the zip file into there. What? What happened? Cannot find zip file directory. Is this the wrong command? Dodge those zip bombs. Can you help with the decoding of binary code decode? Binary code decode. You mean a binary file? What are you trying to do? This is JSON text file. So we didn't... JSON text edited, so we didn't actually get a zip file. Unrecognized repository reference. Okay, so it, yeah, so we just got an error message. We just got an error message. Okay, when you say Atlantis, your internet, something buried below the surface. Misconfigured IAM from 2018, that kind of digital archaeology. Bruxo, hello, nice to see you here. And it's not a zip file. Thank you very much for subscribing, RCFect. Thank you. Okay, so we didn't get what we wanted to get, but... So this, I think our file path is incorrect. So v1 repos. Let me go back to the Swagger. It's like repository, right? Repos search, repos migrate. Is there one for repos owner, repo actions? Where the yeah, I can get you the what we're working on. So we're working on this machine. Yeah, probably laughing in the corner. Okay. Let's keep on going with this. I swear that we'll be able to finish this exercise if we just keep on extending our time. There's a lot of ads. AdVow says, are there a lot of ads on YouTube? Really? Are they skippable ads or unskippable ads? Okay, so we want to get them. Zip. Download a specific artifact or workflow run redirects to the blob URL. So this is like a backup, right? There's nothing references backups. Clone. Nothing for clone. Oh, you're not on Brave browser at the moment. Okay. Jen says, I have binary code. I have to decode it. Okay. What does... You know what? The repo uses main, not master. Oh, okay. So was that the only... So we just need to change this from master.zip to main.zip? This is a zip file. Okay, so let's clobber it. So move this thing to private repo. I feel like I suggested that before. I'm sorry, sometimes I don't Sometimes I don't read all the messages in chat. Okay, but Jed and Rathor, you know what we can do? Why don't you run file on the? You say that you've got like some binary code. What does the binary code look like? Is it in a file? What is the file extension for the file? But yeah, let's crack open this zip file and see if there's some treasure inside. Private readme.md. Wait, that can't be the entire. That can't be the entirety. That can't be it, can it? All right. Well, nothing super special here. I guess we need to find something else to do. Yo, late. Sorry. No worries, burner email. Okay, let's go back. So zip it. Verify the branch first. Git clone full history. I mean, I don't think. I mean, the repository is empty. So, how many years have you been coding? I don't consider myself much of a coder. I mean, I've been learning cybersecurity stuff for the last 5 years or so, but I wouldn't say that my coding skills are all that great. Okay, so what we want to do is clone, edit, and push malicious PR for Atlantis. Download zip and inspect Terraform files. Enumerate repo contents with API first. So I think what we want to do is we want to try this malicious PR for Atlantis. Okay, here's the exact... You know why I like Perplexity? I like Perplexity because it doesn't tell me that I'm not allowed to do that, Dave, and say that, you know, it sounds like you're doing some real hacker stuff, and then say I'm not going to answer your question. Perplexity doesn't do that, so it's nice. Okay, so here's the exact sequence to clone, edit, and push malicious Terraform, create a PR, and trigger Atlantis RCE using the Atlantis token. Okay, Didev says, so even after we downloaded the zip file successfully, they still don't give it to us. It looks like we gotta find another way in. We need the repo contents to make a new branch. So clone the repo. Clone the repo. Creates a writable clone as the Atlantis user. Okay. Oh, we can supply this thing in the... we can supply this in the git clone command? I did not know. That's interesting. Okay, so step 1, do this thing. Where are we? Here. So we will git clone this thing. HTTPS Atlantis GitOops.local. I mean, we can clone this thing without. I guess we have to specify our username here as well. Unable to. Oh, okay. So, what was that command? For. Let me search my history. So I did like git clone command earlier today. Let's... Okay, this one. So verify flag false, whatever, whatever. Control K will delete to the end of the line in a lot of interactive shells. That's a pretty good keyboard shortcut, I tell you what. Okay, copy selection. Do we just need to add on this part? Remote not found. Is there something wrong? GitOops.local. Do I need to like gitcorp? What was it? Gitcorp private? Like this? Okay, okay, awesome. So we managed to clone the private directory or private repo. Then we need to start mucking around. So, I mean, there's nothing here, but that's fine. So what do we want to do next? I didn't copy the entire thing. It was actually all here. Thank you very much for subscribing. It's Hero16. Thank you. Okay, git checkout B branch. So checkout branch malicious PR. New branch for your changes. Okay, here. Sure. Okay, is Yahoo a good email service? Yahoo? I haven't used Yahoo in... When was the last time I used Yahoo? Probably 2005? Maybe 2002. But yeah, I mean, I haven't used Yahoo in a long time. 8-Bit Boy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, switch to new branch, malicious PR. Okay, and then creates a writable clone as the Atlantis user. Add malicious Terraform. Edit main.tf. Edit main.tf. So create a file called main.tf. What's your opinion? You're so cool. Thanks. I mean, I don't really consider myself super cool. I'd recommend ProtonMail. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people use... Oh, ProtonMail is free now, right? Or they have a free tier? Yeah, ProtonMail is probably a good email service. Yahoo, I'm not sure about. I mean, I haven't used Yahoo in like over 20 years. Perplexity is better than ChatGPT. I mean, Perplexity is an aggregate. It uses a bunch of different LLM models. Okay, so we'll create something called main.tf. And what do we got? Thank you very much, Brian Kaizo, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So resource add IAM admin user. Okay. Or backdoor EC2 user data. Yeah, I'm not too sure which one is the better way to go about this. What is ThreatGPT? ThreatGPT is ChatGPT for people who want to do hacking stuff, I think. The Real Geek Script. How can we send a coffee? I think I've got a donation link on. Ooh, where is my donation link? I've gotten. You're on YouTube, right? You should see a donation link in the stream description if you really wanted to donate. Not that I'm saying that that people have to donate or anything. What's better, CPTS or PNPT? I think, well, I mean, I hear a lot of people say good things about CPTS, but I haven't heard very many people talk about PMPT in a good while. If anybody has any opinions on that, let us know. Okay, so backdooring EC2 user data, I'm not too sure about that. I think we'd rather add an IAM admin user, but I don't know. We want to get I don't know what the better way to do this is. GX000 says I need to get my PMPT still. I'm still have the training certificate bundle. I hate watching what videos to learn though, so I procrastinate. What is your objective on this? So the objective is to get like super user access. But well, I mean, we've been working at this a while. And GX000, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun Budweiser frogs. Just for you.
Bud. Wise. Bud. Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Bud. Wise. Bud. Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud. Bud. Wise. Bud. Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud.
Yep, that one is from the yeah, you're not going to be able to redeem it over and over again as a live. I wouldn't recommend trying it either. Okay, so let's see. So add malicious Terraform. Example backdoor payloads. So we're talking about adding an IAM admin level user, or adding backdoor EC2 user data. Yeah, someone on YouTube is using it. Or what was it? So those are the two options they're giving us here. So create an IAM admin user. We don't need anything added to AWS. So, okay. Keep going. I can't find the GitHub. I mean, you can find the GitHub as part of... I'd create a SUID script, like one that runs bash. You can find my GitHub over here. Just go over the education links and you'll find the GitHub repository pretty easily after that. Okay, let's see. Create pull request via GitT API. So we just need to trigger Atlantis. Man, there seems to be quite a few steps here. And its user is root. Oh, okay. So if Atlantis is actually running as the root user, oh, you know what? That's true. Hold on. So root is running the Atlantis server. So if we're able to abuse the Atlantis service, we would be able to get like root level access, right? Okay, so can we use Atlantis to run arbitrary server commands. Atlantis cannot directly run arbitrary server commands. It's locked down to safe Terraform CLI execution. You can abuse it indirectly for RCE via custom workflows or Terraform payloads. So direct command execution not possible. Triggers always run. No raw bash, curl, or OS commands. Custom run steps execute Terraform CLI args only. Not shell commands. Okay, so the indirect RCE path, custom workflows, from the leak config, check if it allows custom workflows, add your PRs atlantis.yaml. Okay, I think we do have workflows in this file. Can we use Atlantis to create an SUID file with specific contents? That's a good question. So what is it saying here? So custom workflows, if configurable, check if it allows custom workflows, and then add to your PRs pull request atlantis.yaml. Wait, let's check that. Let's check that file one more time. Repo.yaml. So it doesn't say anything about custom workflow. I mean, we see workflows here. Hey, good evening. Hello, what is up? We're just trying to take advantage of some Terraform plugin called Atlantis, trying to combine that with some Git for privileged access. Don't know if we're going to be able to do it, but you know, lots of fun giving it a try. Okay, run is still Terraform only, no SSRF or shell. Server-side override via repo.yaml could allow run destroy force, run destroy force, but admins must be explicitly enabled. Pretty close, I think. Victor86, hello, nice to see you here. If you want to be a hacker, you need 20 years of experience to be the top. 20 years of experience. I mean, I only have 5 years of experience, so maybe I have to wait for another four times as long. Okay, so Terraform payloads, your main vector. Keep using malicious HCL for Cloud RCE. Cloud RCE. Edge cases, low likelihood. Provide SSRF. Rare providers might fetch URLs, but no shell exec. Stick to Terraform backdoors. It still thinks we're trying to make attack in AWS. GX000 says, I have 25 years of experience, I'm still a noob. I mean, Jeff, you probably... Okay, why use AIs? Is it helpful? I mean, if you don't know anything about a topic, you can use the AI to help you research. Of course, if you already know about the topic, then maybe you don't need to use the AI. Is what we're trying to say. But yeah, GX000 is a winner from, what was it? Which competition was it? It was like Pros versus Joes. We should have you on the live stream sometime to talk about your experience with Pros versus Joes over at DEF CON. Was it? Is Pros versus Joes at DEF CON or is it at B-Sides? Okay, we're using the AI to explore different attack paths. Besides Vegas. Oh, okay, okay. So that, I mean, besides Vegas is the primary B-sides. But yeah, if you ever wanted to come on to talk about pros versus Joes and how you won the competition, I think that would be a pretty fun interview. Sick of Mine says, "I'm a 20-year noob." I mean, everybody feels like a noob sometimes, yeah. But yeah, what do we have right now? This is this was a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. So we've got access to the repository. We were able to clone it. We didn't find anything in the repository, though. And you know what? We need to start up the music again. Okay, we're doing it over here. So it's still trying to attack the cloud infrastructure. So the README file doesn't really have. You know what we could do? Okay, okay. What are the odds that there's something weird hiding in the Git logs? There's nothing here. Okay, well, that was worth a shot. Okay, so nothing else here. So Terraform repo version 2 uses repository for storing internal Terraform code that will follow GitOps practices. No new line init file. Okay, Reindeer Express says, does someone have a strong Kali? Hashcat is on my PC exhausted. I think there was something called like CollabCat. It used like cloud resources for password cracking, right? Hold on. Where was it? CollabCat. Running Hashcat on whatever, whatever. Okay, I'll give you the link. They say hospital computer systems are usually not very secure. There's kind of like a running meme that that medical computer networks are not super safe. So I mean, is there anything we could do with the API? Just the API, because we've got complete access to the API. What would really be nice is if we were able to create some workflows. Yeah, don't hack hospital computer systems, please. Okay, let's see. A ton of the internet runs on the cloud now. I wouldn't be surprised if half of all the websites disappeared if every cloud service magically went out of service. Yeah, a lot. Well, yeah, a lot of stuff runs on the cloud these days. Don't. Can we deploy it? Trigger a deploy with a new branch. So I mean, we don't have direct like web app access. We only have access as the with the API, but we might be able to get it done with just the API. Okay, so we have API access as the Atlantis user. Want to use git actions. to run arbitrary code via workflows. Can we do this with just API access? The cloud is just another name for the internet these days. Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of feels that way, yeah. Get T actions to run arbitrary code via workflows. Can we do this with just the API? Yes, you can abuse a get T actions for arbitrary code execution with just the Atlantis API token and repo write perms. If actions are enabled on the repo, place a malicious .get/workflows.yaml file to trigger RCE on the push PR dispatch. This is what I was looking for, because this is what we did on the last stream. The cloud is just somebody else's computer. That's true. There's no magical cloud where there are computers. There's just somebody else's data center. Okay, actions enabled, repo setting actions checkmark must be on. Common for GitOps repos with Atlantis. Okay, good. Runner exists. Git needs act runner registered. Check API v1 repos. Actions runners with the token. Okay, so we run. So we just run the same curl commands we were doing before. Where are we? Yeah, these ones. Okay, something like this. Oh, no, we don't want an out file. Never mind. Okay, message user should be the owner of the repo. So we're not the owner of the repo in this case. Even though we're... Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Mike. Thank you. Okay, so... I don't know, we can give this message to our good friend the AI. So requirements check, actions enabled, runners exist. So Git needs act runner registered. So check API v1 repos, actions runner with the token. So we do create the malicious workflow and then commit and push, watch actions tab or API for execution, shell hits your listener on the runner host. API only, no get. Push files via contents API. Triggers on push if actions active. So let's see, let's report. What if we have this message for the runners? Okay, the error user should be the owner of the repo means repo's owner repo actions runners endpoint requires repo owner permissions, which the Atlantis token lacks. It's a collaborator bot with write access, not the owner. Actions still viable, no runner list needed. Runners exist but are hidden. Git still executes workflows in any instance org repo runner is registered. Push the malicious Git workflows backdoor YAML and test. It'll fail only if there are no runners at all. Okay, let's go back and take a look at the workflow it was talking about. Okay, create a malicious workflow. In the cloned repo, add git workflows backdoor.yaml. Okay, so we need to do this step by step, right? So What directory are we in? Okay, this is the correct repository. How long have we been on this challenge lab? It feels like we've been on this challenge lab for the last, oh, I don't know, like 2 hours or so. Okay, so let's create those directories. So make directory dot, what was it called? .git. And then make .git workflows. And then create a file called, oh, what did we call it last time? We called it like run arbitrary. Okay, so you know what I can do? I can actually grab the contents of the YAML file that I did for the last lab. Didev says, I've already given up doing this lab. I mean, I haven't given up yet. Is this a free lab? It is a free lab on HackSmarter. So I'm actually very surprised that there's this much content on a free lab. And yeah, if you want to try this out yourself, here you go. Okay, so I actually did a write-up for the previous thing I did. So that was from HackMyVM. HackMyVM Linux Medium Run. So this is the workflow that I used before. So run arbitrary commands. I'm probably going to need to modify this. Does Network Chuck know a lot? I'm sure Network Chuck knows a lot. Specifically about like network hacking or like web app hacking. Maybe less, but I mean the guy's got a really big channel, and he's been doing tech for like on YouTube for like over 10 years. Not that I really watch any of his videos, but I know the guy by the reputation. Okay, so run arbitrary uses a reverse binary file that I need to configure. So I don't think we need access as this user anymore. So I'm just going to exit out. Actually, no. I can always use more tabs. Okay, so we'll just call this our localhost services tab. That's not how you spell services. Anyway. Okay, so we'll use MSF Venom to create a reverse shell. Actually, before we do this, we need to figure out what our IP address is. The creator of this lab must have done something while creating it. I mean, that's not necessarily true. It's just a more difficult lab. And it's fine having more difficult labs. I really need to challenge myself sometimes. Whoops. You don't learn unless you're doing stuff you haven't done before. Oh, is this one supposed to be a medium level lab? Okay. So we're just going to create this malicious Linux binary that we're going to try to instruct. We're going to try to instruct the. What is it? We're going to try to instruct git to run, to download and run this binary. Okay, so it's here. We just need to serve it up. So we'll serve it up with Python. Oh, does it? Oh, it does. It does show the IP for the VPN. Huh. That's a good catch, Didev. I should remember that. CC Lanjuro says, you still busy? Some of us are making serious money to send you super gifts for all this knowledge. I mean, I'm here to provide as much information and as much help as possible for everybody who's trying to get into cybersecurity. It's tough, but I'm trying to help people do it for free. If I possibly can. Okay, so we've got it. The thing is running. We're editing the file over here. So IP address download rev.elf, and then make it executable and then run it. Runs on run arbitrary commands, git workflows run arbitrary.yaml. Okay, so do I need to adjust any of this? I'll run the payload by the bot to see if it thinks I need to modify anything here or not. Okay, backdoor RCE on push pull request. Jobs shell runs on Ubuntu latest. Commit and push. Okay, so let me just ask it about this payload. What do you think about this workflow.yaml file payload? I'm not just a hacker, I'm also a frog. Okay, this is a solid git actions RCE payload. It'll work if a runner with the label run exists and is online. So, we might need to replace the label run with something else, because that might not exist. Okay. So runners typically have labels like Ubuntu latest Docker, or run might not exist. Ubuntu latest Docker, huh? Changes on runs on Ubuntu latest most common, or any runner. I mean, any runner would be the best. Victor 8060 says it is overwhelming how much there is to learn. I mean, I agree. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Smart Rice Cambodia, thank you. I tried OST2 as you recommended. Still can't believe something like this is for free. So Thanto, were you the person who was looking for x86 assembly language instruction? Let me know, Thanto. Okay, network egress. Runners often block outbound. Use your public IP or request by a verb collaborator, okay? So improved payload. Runs on Ubuntu latest run fallback labels. So, I mean, can we do star? Can we do runs on star? Oh yeah, okay. So Thanto, you were looking for x86. I actually found a really good place for learning x86 assembly over at Exorcism. So Exorcism, let me just give you the link. Okay. I've really enjoyed using this website for learning new programming languages. Okay, run this. Uses actions checkout. We don't want to use actions checkout. We do want to do runs on some other stuff. Ubuntu latest or run. Sounds better. But actually, maybe we can get the names of the workflows from over here. Thanta says, nice, over 81 languages for free. It is a very nice website. I mean, this doesn't tell us what the run labels are, does it? So this is the contents of the repo.yaml file in the Lattice directory on the server. This tells us what run labels exist. So I mean, are any of these run labels? Victor 8060, W3 schools for the win? I mean, W3 schools are okay, but there's way more content over at Exorcism. And it's all free. Okay, it doesn't reveal Git action runner labels. Okay. I wonder if there's any way, is there any way to generate the runner labels? Can the API access help? Limited ways to enumerate your runner labels with API access, but several paths exist despite Atlantis token restrictions. You can't list repo-specific runners, owner required, but instance org global runners are more accessible. So instance runners, best shot, collaborator okay, collaborator okay. Okay. So v1 actions runners true. Okay, we'll give this a try. Returns all instant runners and labels array. Okay, we'll give it a try. We're running our curl commands over here. Man, page not found. V1 action. Okay, so authorization token something something. API version 1 actions runners. Actions runners. I mean, we've got the API here. I don't see runners anywhere here. Is it supposed to be... repos, actions... So the other thing that we did... Okay, private actions runners. We weren't able to get it for this. So user should be the owner of the repo. Thank you very much for subscribing, Ashish Pawaskar. Thank you. Thank you very much. User should be the owner of the repo. So private actions runners. can we add on to this like simple equals true? I don't know if that, yeah, same thing. Scary to think how big the information technology world is. It really is. I could spend the next 20 years learning about just the stuff on my to-do list for the amount of tech topics I want to learn, and I still wouldn't get done. It's scary. Google telling me something like self-hosted. Okay, so back over to... So instance runners, best shot, collaborators, okay. So v1 actions. So v1 actions runners, this endpoint doesn't exist. Org runners. So maybe there is an organization runners that we can look at. Okay, token does not have at least one of the required scope. Read organization to... so we can't look at this either. Okay, Cecilendro says, it seems people spend over 3,000 USD on AWS cloud certs, now complaining. Why are they complaining? What makes them complain? And Jogan Dragon, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, existing workflows infer from repo. Private actions workflows. Shows workflows in their run-ons labels used successfully. Okay, I don't think this endpoint exists. But I can give it a shot. Yeah, this doesn't exist. They complain because they want to pay They complain because they want to pay more for their certifications? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Complaining to keep the certs? I don't know what they're complaining about. CC Landro, let me know why they're complaining. Recent runs, post-test push. Push the benign YAML with runs on Ubuntu latest, check. Logs matched runner labels if queued success. Fallback blind multi-label. No API response, use runs on all this stuff. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe we should just spray. We should just spray and, you know, hope that it works. Okay, we'll edit this thing again. But is this the correct format? I guess this is the correct format. If it isn't, then we'll we won't be super happy about it. Okay, what is this subject for? So we're doing some Git hacking stuff right now. We're working on this exercise over here from a website called HackSmarter. And it's we're hacking the Git repository, or the Git T repository rather. Anyways, let's see if this works. Save it out. And then, okay, we need to have our, let's see, we need to set up our reverse shell listener. So let's do that over here. We'll call this reverse shell. So if this works, it'll give us a root shell, and the exercise will be over. Okay. So CC Landro says a bunch of people thought that they automatically get hired, and now they all wasted all that money and not getting jobs. Oh, okay. So they wasted they're complaining because they got the certifications and they didn't get hired. So they paid $3,000 for certifications and they didn't get a job. I mean, I thought AWS developers were in high demand, or people who are able to run the cloud infrastructure. Okay, so we've got the listener over here. We just need to push. We need to put it up there, and then we need to push the commit. So we created the file, and then we go into the private repository, and then we do. This is private. So git great, and then we do git commit. Git commit update, untracked files. Okay, so we need to git add to track. So git add star, or current directory. Is the stream about to end? What time is it right now? No, I wouldn't say that it's about to end. I think we've got another 30 minutes or maybe 40 minutes good in this. Okay, so we added, so git commit updates. So we're updating these things over here. So great. So let's do git push. The current branch malicious PR has no upstream branch. To push the current branch and set the remote as upstream, use set upstream origin malicious PR. Okay, thank you very much for letting us know what commands we need to do. Remote rejected. Failed to push some refs. Okay. So how do we push the commit if we only have the token? So it probably talks about this in here. Okay, so I think it was up here. All right. Deploy and test. Push this YAML. Watch actions tab API runs. Excellent for GitOops. Likely succeeds if action's active. What's the runner response after the push? So we're having some trouble. Does anyone on Earth know how exactly electricity works? Yeah, it comes out of batteries and stuff. You know, all that good stuff. you know, all that, how electricity works. You could probably do a little bit of research to figure it out. Okay, so how do we commit the malicious, oh man, workflows file and push the commit if we just have our API access? Good old electrons. Okay, your channel is full of long videos and I actually want to watch all of them, but where do I start? I mean, if you want to watch the videos, I'd say start with the Pico CTF list. Let me get that for you. I am getting a bit. I've been working on the same thing for about for over 2 hours, so I am getting a little bit tired and hungry. But let's see how long I'm able to last. Okay, so opening the web shell. Yeah, so try this, the Pico CTF challenge playlist. Copy link. Okay, and back to it. Did I send the message? Okay, with the API token and repo write perms, use the contents API to push commits and push files without git clone. Perfect for your malicious workflow YAML. Exact command to push the workflow. Save your elf payload as run arbitrary.yaml, then curl put authorization something something. Okay. Creates and commits run arbitrary.yaml directly to the main branch. Triggers on push. Elf downloads and executes immediately if the runner matches. So, I mean, the thing is that we need to put it in the correct directory too. But you know what? We'll give it a try. And Headshot Heaven, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so repos, git corp, private contents. Okay, let's see if it works. Failed to open run arbitrary.yaml. Oh, do we need to be in the same directory? Okay. Okay, let's try it again. Malformed input to a URL function. All right, looks like we need to fix up our format. Okay, so authorization, content type, data binary, this thing. Hedgehog Haven, thanks for the cross-site scripting. 5 hours on a CTF. 5 hours on a CTF. I mean, we haven't been doing the same CTF for 5 hours. Okay, so it still says malformed input. So maybe we need to put this stuff between some quotes. Like this. Still says URL rejected. Maybe there can't be spaces in the URL. Were there spaces there? Ah, okay. So add C. Let's put some pluses in here instead. Unsupported content type. Unsupported content type. So we tried to send text plain, content type text plain. So it doesn't like this. Five hours on a CTF is amateur hour. Multi-day is where it's at. Okay. Well, so I guess we can't push and commit this thing if it's... Do we need to specify the content type? Maybe it'll work if we just omit the content type. Let's give it a try. Content type needs to be JSON. Content type needs to be JSON, but we're trying to push our YAML file. So what happens if we just delete the content type? SHA required. SHA required. Now, Doesn't it have a no verify flag to pass? To bypass the push commit? I mean... Well, maybe our know-it-all friend has an answer to this. Okay, let's see. That's what the API spec suggests. Okay, the contents API put requires the current file's SHA hash for updates. Omit it for new files like your workflow, or fetch SHA first. New file, no SHA needed. For creating this, content type text plain, data binary, no SHA param, treats as create, succeeds if path empty. Existing file. I mean, this file doesn't exist. How do we get SHA? Okay, authorization, workflows, run arbitrary. Update with SHA. This doesn't, I mean, it doesn't make much sense to me, but sure. Okay, so just get rid of all this stuff. So we just need the authorization token. We don't need the binary data. Double quote. Where do we miss? Oh, we've got a double quote missing here. Okay, message empty content type. Are you sure you haven't already created it? Git log? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, which repository are we looking at? Okay, we need to back out to... Yeah, okay. So git log p. The thing is that we've yeah, we created these files. We just need to your health get better. I'm feeling better. I'm not feeling 100% yet, but feeling better. Thank you very much for your concern, Ikiovenki. Thank you. Okay, so what happened when we tried to push this command? So we tried to run this, but then we got some pushback. User permission denied for writing when we tried to push the commit here. So we can't use just regular git commands. We need to use the API with the key that we stole. Okay, we just want to push this commit. Okay, so Coach asks, what do you think about fully automated AI pen testing tools, as well as AI pen testing tools being examined by AI encountered in that way? To me, it sounds like a complete replacement. So, Coach, are you suggesting that that there's going to be 0 people doing pen testing in about, I don't know, 2 years' time or something? It's a bit doomer of you to suggest that. Okay, so it rejected our push. Typical branch protections rules blocking Atlantis user from making direct pushes. Repo setting branches protected branches rule. So create PR via API bypasses protections. PR triggers Atlantis actions without direct push. So application JSON. Didev says, I think he's asking what it is that we human pen testers can do that AI pen testers can't. Intuition. Intuition and experience. It's very likely that any AI pen tester is just going to be is just going to do a lot of throwing spaghetti at the wall, and in the process, it's going to just spend a lot of time getting a lot of nothing done. So a lot of brute force attacks, a lot of trying stuff that doesn't have any chance of succeeding. CC Landro says, no AI has been shown to be effective. Still a lot of human intervention needed to be offered, even to find a simple IDOR without you pointing it towards it. AI pentests will just do the low-level fruit things. Yeah. I mean, Coach, don't believe the hype. I don't think that AI is going to be replacing skilled pen tester jobs. It's pen testers who are running these tools, and they're using them to do work that they don't want to do. I mean, companies think that the AI is going to do everything magically without any intervention required to make sure that they're not smashing their head against a wall for for 2 weeks straight. Okay, here's some JSON. So posts, and we're going to private pulls. So PR triggers Atlantis actions without a direct push. I mean, is this going to update everything? Are we going to do the Cloud Lab in the next stream? It looks like we're going to have to move the Cloud Lab to some other time, because I definitely don't have enough time to cover it today. Okay, null message not found. So git port private pulls. Private pulls. Okay, let's see. I've been tuning in for a while, and it's the first time I caught you live. Really enjoy your content, the way you go through the material. Thanks for going through my comment thoroughly. I mean, I don't want to sound too negative, because it's just that I get these kind of questions a lot. Every time I stream, I get quite a few people asking whether or not AI is going to destroy the cybersecurity industry, and after hearing a lot of that stuff over and over again, it can get kind of tiring. Okay, so it says we almost did own the box, which is fun. Cybercoster says, no, I mean, don't worry. Do you think pen testing is a feasible job long term? I mean, if we have more responsible in life, like having a family or something. So, I mean, pen testing is. It really depends on what your relationship is with the company that you do pen testing for. So, some people do like freelance pen testing. Some people do like. Some people do full-time pen testing with a pen testing firm. You like testing pens. I just write my name over and over again. Of course, GX000. But yeah, don't feel bad about asking these questions. It's just that I do get a lot of the same questions over and over again. Long term, I think if you are a qualified pen tester, what you can do is you can work for a pen testing consultancy agency and just work a few times a month if that's the type of time that you can commit. But you have to be a person who is very, very good at their job in order to secure that kind of arrangement. Okay, so let's see. Recommended path API only. Skip git push entirely. Contents API for YAML. Create trigger actions. So we were trying to directly upload a file, right? Using the API. I'm sure. Okay, you know what? We're gonna be ending the stream pretty soon. Why don't we take a look at the intended solution for this? And even if we don't say that we figured it out all by ourselves, we can learn something. What distro do you daily drive? Coach? Yeah, I mean, I daily drive Kali Linux, strangely enough. Which is kind of weird to say because Kali Linux isn't really designed as a daily driver. Of course, I use Windows as well, but the Linux distro that I use the most is Kali Linux. Okay, so should I learn AWS cloud computing? I'm a computer science core student. Should I learn AWS cloud computing? I think these kind of roles are going to be in demand because, I mean, everybody's moving their stuff to cloud. So it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be a lot of demand for people who know how the systems work. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the walkthrough. So let's see, community walkthrough, HexBob, of course, HexBob. Because I really want to figure out what the intended path is here. So here's Recon. They use RustScan, sure. They use FFUF. They locate the GitOops.local, okay. And thank you very much, Kishav and Drizzly. Thank you. Okay, so hopefully we can, with the help of our good friend the write-up, we can figure out what's going on. So the main configuration creates a public DNS-A record that points to the domain to the EC2 instance's public IP address. Were we doing this wrong the whole time? Were we doing this wrong the whole time? I dual booted Mint with Windows. Should I switch to Kali Linux? I dual booted Mint with Windows. Should I switch to Kali Linux? I mean, you should. I wouldn't say that you need to switch to Kali Linux. I think that if you want to learn security stuff, you should use Kali Linux as a virtual machine. So, I mean, unless you don't have enough computation power and enough memory to do virtual machines on your Windows 10 box or your Windows box. I'm not too sure which version it is. But I'd say do it as a virtual machine instead of doing it on the bare metal. Okay. So the private key, settings TF, So if anybody is wondering what document I'm looking at here, I think they're looking at the same path that we did. They're looking at the S3 bucket. So they access the S3 bucket and they download the stuff. Yeah. Okay. So then they talk about Atlantis here. So Terraform apply. Shell as Alexis. So we did the same thing here. We got the shell as Alexis after downloading the settings.tf file and extracting the SSH private keys. Okay. Nice redaction over here. Okay, looking at the instance in the public IP. So it's actually an EC2 instance that we have in front of us. So the server that we SSH'd into was actually an EC2 instance. We copy the open SSH key. We copy the open SSH key. We need to fix the SSH key with replacing the new lines with the actual ones. Oh, okay. Yeah, so okay, we did this exactly. How long have you been making content on this topic in particular? So this topic meaning like GitHub hacking stuff, or which topic are we talking about? Okay, CC Landro says, which is better, WSL or VirtualBox? I'd say you should use VirtualBox just to keep everything completely separate. When you use WSL, the underlying file system is still the host file system. Shell as root. As Alexis, we find repo.yaml. Nothing exciting at first glance, okay? So they use, oh wow, this lin piece is cursed. Look at this. Oh Jesus. Okay, we see some problematic capabilities for a snap profile, but we can't exploit them. A false positive. We look at the processes running in the background. We see the Atlantis server running. Okay, so this is exactly what we're looking at. Didev says, yeah, you suggested linps, but I think we found this looking at the processes, and I think they're gonna point at the same kind of stuff that we've been trying out. Okay, so there's a Git token used to access the private repository. So we found this. We know from the research that Atlantis executes Terraform init, Terraform plan, and Terraform apply. That means we can modify the Terraform code in the allowed repo. We control what Terraform executes. Okay, so they're using Terraform instead of using the Git workflows. So this is not what we were trying. Confirm that we can push to the used repository. Add malicious Terraform. Trigger Atlantis apply. Get shell. Check privileges. Escalate if needed. Okay, so we cloned the repo. Git SSL no verify true. Git clone this thing. Yeah, we did this. Okay, so let's see. Dev says, what playlist do you recommend for beginners? Also, as you solve the hack boxes, would it be best for beginners to use your content as a supplement once they've completed a solution? I think so. I've got some so people who are actually doing like CTF boxes. If you want to take a look at some easy CTF boxes to do, I would recommend the Docker Labs challenges. So let me take a look. The playlist is here. To do the Docker Labs challenges, you need to be able to deploy Docker containers on your security distribution of Linux, like Kali Linux, but if you can, these are a good series of beginner challenges. Okay. Where are we? Here. Okay. So we read the readme.md and it confirms that the repo is used for Terraform code. Okay. We set the local name, local username, and email. So, sure. Let's follow this. So username is Alexis, and we probably would have gotten this from some other document. Now we have to prepare a Terraform configuration that executes a reverse shell when loaded. So, I mean, I've never encountered Terraform before today. Some other people in chat probably have, because they interact a lot more with these types of applications. But if you've never encountered anything before, you need to start doing your research. And I guess this is a good opportunity for me to learn about what this thing actually is. So let's see. Do a Terraform configuration that executes a reverse shell when loaded. Okay, might be a good idea to add some commands to link to playlists and resources, etc. Yeah, I mean, I'm slowly starting to do that. DiDev, yeah. Okay, Rex Duval says, I'm here to break AI. I'm just learning, and I dropped my first article with my red team report on X. Do you have any recommendations aside from Gandalf Lakera AI? Yeah, I mean, I can recommend the PwnedLabs. Hold on. So, wait, what do you name this file? Terraform configuration files. Terraform configuration file name. Okay, so Terraform configurations are defined in plain text files. So config.tf maybe? Main.tf. Maybe we just call this main.tf. Hold on. Okay, so somebody was asking about AI stuff, right? Portswigger, LLM attacks, web LLM attacks. Okay. So why don't you take a look at this article? There are a few different labs here as well. How did they know that BusyBox was on the machine? I mean, I guess they were just doing a wild guess. Hold on. So what's the payload here? So command BusyBox netcat. Okay. So resource null resource pwn. I'm gonna have so much fun. Writing up my doing my write up, because I get to learn how to do Terraform for hacking Terraform. BusyBox netcat, and this is not my IP address. My IP address is 38.235. Okay. So that's the malicious Terraform file. And then create a new branch. Git checkout b pwn. Just for fun. And then add the file git add pwn.tf. Well, I mean, we called ours main.tf, but sure. And then the file, and then commit. So commit m add Terraform resource. So, but the push fails. We don't have write permissions using the token. So the Atlantis token does not have write permission to the repository. Okay, so how do they solve it? Do you like books? O'Reilly Media can be accessed through some city libraries. So we could have checked that beforehand using the Git API. Authorization token, something something. Okay. So instead of the token, we'll try using the OpenSSH key from the S3 bucket. We start over, delete the folder, and repeat our steps. We clone the repo using the SSH key. Oh, okay. We're not supposed to use the user that we've been we're not supposed to use the Atlantis user. We're supposed to use the SSH key. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. I'll sub to the frog too. I thought it was a good resource though. Yeah, I mean, we've got a bunch of resources over here. I really need to do more reading. I really don't know very much about like media, but yeah, thank you for letting us know about the O'Reilly books. Golden State? Golden State. And thank you very much for subscribing at Chamath. Thank you. And Gromax, hello. Okay, so git SSH command equals this thing, right? Git clone you can authenticate to Git using SSH. Really hacking cloud? Well, we were. We were hacking the cloud earlier. We were taking advantage of some AWS stuff, but we're gonna have to wait until next time to get our real cloud hacking stuff online. Search the entire catalog. Yeah. So git SSH. Prepare TF reverse shell connection. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna have to come back to this after the stream is over because there are a few more steps than I expected here. So we get the connection back. When they get the connection back, they become the root user. Okay, great. All right. So let's talk about Indigo. But the stream was really good. Hey, thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, I've been learning all sorts of new stuff here as well. So I thought this would be a very easy lab, but it turns out that it took over 3 hours. You know how it is. Siddharth, hello, nice to see you here. Where do you start? Please help. Yeah, check out this website here. So check out the link, and it should be able to give you a shot. Missing knowledge is always such a time sink. It really is. It really is. But you know what? The next time I come across Terraform, I might have a better clue as to what to do to get the hack done. All right, so before we go, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week. So we publish our schedule over at the Reddit. And the Reddit has our weekly schedules. So I just published next week's schedule pretty recently. And the next stream is going to be on Wednesday. We're going to be doing some gaming. We're going to be doing some easy demos with Hack the Web. We're going to be continuing on with our Python basics for programming. It's going to be session number 2. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff with lists. Yay, fun. We're going to be doing some challenges over at the Hacking Hub. So the Hacking Hub is another one of these education platforms. There are too many of these things. So hackinghub.io, this one over here. This one is endorsed by... So Hacking Hub is I think it's endorsed by Nahamsek and John Hammond. Hold on. So we're not signed in. Okay, let me just go to hackinghub.io. I want to confirm this. So Hacking Hub is right. So there's John Hammond, and then there's Nahamsek here. So they're the people behind this website. If you want to check it out yourself, here's the link. But there's I haven't checked out this platform too closely, and I'm pretty sure the last time I looked at it was like 8 or 9 months ago. So there's got to be a lot of new stuff here now. So we're going to be checking out this website, and we're going to be checking out some Valentine's Day challenges from TryHackMe. We're a bit late, but we're going to try to get in the Valentine's Day spirit. Going to be a lot of fun. All right, so who is online right now? So InfoSec Streams is our favorite place to look. A CloudSec Ninja. Wow, people who wanted to learn CloudSec stuff, this is the place to go to. Let's check it out. So a CloudSec Ninja. Here's the link. I hear John Hammond is super tall. I've never met the man in person. Let's see. Rex Duval says, I'm learning Python. Can I join you guys? Yeah, just come on by on Wednesday. So CloudSec Ninja is here. What's he teaching? Cybersecurity, website work, business work, or maybe we just play AoE. Okay, so we're going to raid into CloudSec Ninja, and then we'll ask about AWS and Azure. Anyways, when you arrive on CloudSec Ninja's channel, if you could give this message. So what is it? OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog. We would really appreciate it. Thank you very much, SysOS Master. Okay, are we allowed to quickly drop music playlists for hacking? Yeah, why don't you come on by the Discord and let us know about that. Okay, let's start the raid. Okay, everybody, we're going to go, but hope you have a great weekend. We will see you on Wednesday, everybody. Are you ready to raid? Everybody, remember to give this message here. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a great weekend, everybody.